Some funds were raised entirely for the sake of helping the suffering humanity. I decided to spend that money on the poor people, and that is exactly what we are doing. Not only in one country, but in Ghana, in Nigeria, where are the people suffering. Moreover, we had means of helping people with human sacrifice, which coupled with the meager financial resources makes a sizable contribution. But without that human sacrifice, that small contribution financially would not mean anything. Now, our experience tells us that if we spend money ourselves for a good cause, the result is 10 times more satisfactory.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. On behalf of the Humanity First team, we'd like to welcome you to the 2021 Humanity First Telethon. Now, we have an amazing jam-packed schedule for you today, but as is tradition in our Jamaat, we start at the proceedings of all of our programs with the recitation of the Holy Quran. So if we could please go to the recitation of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الذين ينفقون أموالهم بالليل والنهار سرا وعلانية فلهم أجرهم عند ربهم ولا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون.
I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the ever merciful. Those who spend their wealth by night and by day, secretly and openly, have their reward with their Lord. On them shall come no fear, nor shall they grieve.
In this time of the world, when nations are rising against nations, people are left to die in poverty. Humanity first, we live to serve. In this time of the world, when nations are rising against nations, people are left to die in poverty. Humanity first, we live to serve. Where there is thirst, we provide water. Where there is hunger, we bring food. Where there is illness, we offer treatment. Humanity first, we live to serve. In devastation, we provide relief. We bring hope when there is no opportunity. Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Assalamu alaikum, and as we've just mentioned, welcome to this year's Telethon 2021 on behalf of Humanity First. Jazakallah for tuning in, and it is, as Usman, you mentioned, a jam-packed program. Humanity First, now we think of Humanity First, and not many people are actually aware of the various projects that are running, that are on around the world, that are happening. And today's day is going to be, again, just a glimpse of some of the projects that Humanity First is doing around the world. We're going to go to our studios in Ghana, we're going to go to Uganda, and we're going to go to so many other places, Ivory Coast as well, and show you that the money and the time that volunteers and, of course, the members of the Jamaat from around the world are contributing to this blessed cause. What is happening with that money? What is happening with those donations? And not just that, this is a telethon, and from the very get-go, I think we should make it very clear. We want that contribution. Humanity First has, as I said, so many projects open, and all of that has been carried out. All of these projects have been carried out through your donations, and the work does not stop.
As we said, this is a live and interactive program. It's your telethon, so we want you to get involved. Please do subscribe to the YouTube channel if you are new. and like this video and open your hearts. And this whole platform is just for you to see where your money is being spent when you donate to Humanity First and how it's affecting so many people across the world. So please do open your hearts. Our whole team is involved across, I would say, not just here in Betafatu, but across the world. But in Betafatu, I believe we have Mr. Kaleem Edwards in the Tahir Hall, who is just overseeing the call center. So Kaleem Saab, Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, chaps. You're barely audible in my ear, but I understand that you're in the MTA in studio and you're handing over to us here in the Tahir Hall. So, as you're familiar with, at the call centre, we'll be peeking at these chaps here who are busy on the call centre. We'll be showing you lots of fun and games. So, I know Usman and Raza, you're the rocks that are Voice of Islam. So, thank you for today, showing us your wonderful face, coming on air and being there.
Asabay. Dr. Aziz.
So we've got also we've got some big players here. Dr. Aziz, our chairman of HF UK, is here today, so he'll be coming on shortly. We've got Dr. Azhar from the Warsaw Food Bank. So we've got lots of stuff to talk about and talk to today. I'll be trying to flog the honey as usual and all the merch. So please keep coming back to us, Usman. So what we're going to do is we'll just, there's the call centre set up, and in fact I spy one of our chaps. This is Dr. Azhar from the Warsaw Food Bank. I thought, this is, how are you finding it?
It's going well.
We literally just logged in, so it's all very early days, but what do we need from people today?
We need people to view the programmes, and if you're willing to donate, take part.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there you go. Simple, isn't it? You know, these guys can only do what they can with the people that are calling in. So if you're calling in, please, these guys will help you. If you're donating online, they will service you. So it's our sort of customer service desk right here. And you'll see the backdrop. So we're trying to be as busy as we can and make sure that people are donating where they can. So if you've got any questions, fire it in. If you're on YouTube, you want to send us a little hello message, or you've got a question, today we can get all those questions answered. So it's really a feedback for you. You've been kind enough to donate money in the past. We want to answer all those questions and any issues. Let's get it. We need to build the best charity we can, and we can only do that with your help and your questions. So that's us in it. We've also got this thing as well. We'll talk about this a little bit later. You remember in the old days, you used to have those globes. You'd throw your money in. This is an electronic globe. So it's we'll talk about that in a bit. I may even get my credit card out to road test it. But it's all very interesting today. So it's our 26th year, and delighted to be part of the telethon today. And Usmani and Raza, I'm going to hand back to you and check that you're okay. Are you enjoying it? You're familiar. You've been out in Africa, the pair of you, didn't you? So did you remember your times out there? Did you see HF in action over there?
Yeah, well, you're doing the legwork there, Kaleem Saab. You have a whole place to yourself. You can move around. You can do some exercise. We're here in the studio for the next 5 hours, but we are very fortunate that we do have the studio here, because there's some amazing documentaries that we will be showing to our viewers from around the globe. But before we get to that, we have the chairman of Humanity First UK with us in the studio, Dr. Aziz Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum and welcome to your own telethon.
Walaikum salam. Peace and blessings of God Almighty be on you both.
Dr. Saab, Humanity First. We're going to go into the details in a little bit, but what sets Humanity First apart from the millions of charities that we have around the globe?
First of all, you're absolutely right. There is a huge preponderance of charities across the world, all doing amazing work, all doing great work, all serving humanity. What sets Humanity First apart, we also serve people across the world. We also try to bend over backwards to help. We also try to feed, we also try to clothe, we also try to quench thirst. But what sets us apart is that for us, there is an obligation on top of our altruistic desire to help. What sets us apart is that Humanity First, members of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community within Humanity First, actually serve because it is an obligation put upon them by their creator, that they must. So they don't actually have a choice. It is a divine obligation that they must help humanity. So they are not actually doing anybody a favor.
That's an amazing description of how you described it. You described it perfectly in terms of how we actually should be living on a daily basis, always looking to help. But one question I wanted to ask you is that you yourself have been to many countries, keeping in mind that you've gone to serve. Are there any experiences that stand out for you that you could share with our viewers and inspire us?
I mean, there are countless experiences, and I'm conscious of the time. And the experiences I'll share, or try to share, I hope will be able to give our viewers and our donors an appreciation that how God Almighty has blessed the meager, humble efforts purely by His grace and mercy, and by the support and prayers of His Holiness, the Caliph of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. So I was fortunate to be able to spend some time in West Africa, in Guinea-Bissau, January 2020, over a year and a half ago. And we were serving in a medical camp, literally in the middle of nowhere. Facilities were very limited. By limited, I mean a few oral drugs. There was no hospital. The nearest hospital was about 5-10 hours drive away, and even the facilities there were very limited. So a young child came with what we would call in the medical field septic shock. She was just under 2 years of age. For all intents and purposes, her life was fading away before our very eyes. The chances of survival were non-existent. I could not do anything. I mean, my own capacity as a doctor was nothing at that point. Nothing was. I prayed and I prayed in my heart, whatever I could say. I did not know any specific prayers. I did Surah Fatiha, and I sort of begged to God, please do something for this girl, please. And prior to that, we had some internet access. I quickly managed to send an official letter of prayer to Clifton Sea, typed up, saying, "Zul, this is the girl. She's going to die in the next few minutes. Please pray." And a few hours later, we told the parents. I gave her some medicine, but the medicine was not in reality. It was more of a placebo, just to placate. And we wanted to plan to allow her to pass away peacefully in her home. A few hours later, I checked. Long story short, when they called back and said the girl is actually playing outside in the garden, and I had to question it 3 times. So clearly, this information is not correct. And yes, it was correct. And to me, that was probably one of the few occasions in my life where I can say I have witnessed the existence of God with my own eyes. With my own eyes. There is nothing less than a miracle that saved that child.
You know, one thing that comes to mind, just hearing this amazing story that you've just told, is often when you do charity work, I mean, even if you could be non-religious and do charity work, and it gives you that kind of feel-good factor, but this story really highlights the importance of actually matching your efforts with prayer. And it's amazing to see that sometimes things are just totally out of our hands, and we have to leave it and have trust in God.
We can input a finite amount of human effort, but again, what sets us apart is the grace of God Almighty then magnifies that many times beyond our expectations, and that's really why our delivery is far more. It's not because of our expertise. It's not because we can do things better than anybody else. In fact, it's probably the opposite. Our skill level is probably far less than others, yet the result is far more in many cases.
And Dr. Saab, one thing apart from what you've mentioned, what sets Humanity First apart is also, I think, the direct guidance of Huzur. I think what you just mentioned with the letter to Huzur, I've heard this from so many other volunteers who went to Africa and to different parts of the world as part of the Humanity First team. And the main success that Humanity First has achieved is direct guidance of Huzur Anwar along the way.
Absolutely. And if I can add, that guidance and some people may think of yesterday on Friday, Huzur spoke about qualities of small qualities that are so wonderful and great, and people may not appreciate them. And the guidance on how to even speak to people in authority. You're going to the United Nations and speak with confidence and speak with the authority that you carry. When you're speaking to a beneficiary, you're speaking to a young child, have that humility, lower yourself physically so many factors about how to communicate with human beings at varying levels. And we are eternally grateful for that guidance, and we can see with our own eyes the impact that has.
Wonderful. Nasab, Jazakallah. Asnza, I know you have a lot more things to take care of today, so we'll leave you with that. Jazakallah for your time. And now to the viewers at home. It is on your television screens, it is on your laptop and computer screens and your phone screens, how to donate. The only thing is that we have to make that first step. So we are streaming this live on YouTube. So if you have any comments, if you have anything to add, if you want to share any of your experiences, feel free to leave that in the comment section. But make sure that you do donate to this very, very blessed cause. With that, Usman, what's up next?
I believe one thing, we forgot to mention, is that you can donate online as well at hfuk.org/donate, or you can call in 0300 561 0107. As we mentioned in the beginning, it is an international program. We have teams from across the world who are going to be participating in today's telethon, and now I believe we are going to Uganda.
Thank you very much, our team from London studio. We are glad to be part of this global telethon 2021. I'm Ismail Nkutu, and with me in the studio is Brother Mugaya Abubakar, who is the Director Knowledge for Life, Humanitarian First Uganda, where we are going to be discussing issues concerning orphan care program in Uganda. Brother Abubakar.
Yes, please.
It's a pleasure having you on this presentation.
Thank you so much.
Brother Abubakar, you may be aware that actually around the globe, over 100 million orphans are starving in with different calamities. Some of them are brought with the different conflicts, health issues, and this one happens to be that they are in most parts of African countries. So Uganda happens to be among those countries where orphans may be starving just like in other countries. So I want you to tell our viewers, what is the need for orphan care programs in Uganda?
All right, thank you so much, Brother Ismail. Just like you put it, Uganda is a developing nation. And like any other developing nation, we are grappling with such problems like the orphan crisis. Rightly put, of the percentage you've quoted, about 2 million orphans are existing in Uganda as we speak today. And that accounts for around slightly above 10% of the child population in Uganda are orphans. So this means it is a big crisis. Of course, definitely brought about by problems like HIV and AIDS scourge, look at war, conflicts, and such related problems. So when the parents die, especially at a young age, they leave that gap. These children are left in the hands of widowed mothers, sometimes helpless elderly grandmothers who cannot do anything for them. They do not have access to their basic rights, children rights like education, food, shelter. Maybe briefly to shed a picture about this, we have 3 categories of orphans. There are those orphans that have lost their mothers, there are orphans that have lost their fathers, and then there are those orphans that have lost both parents. So you find an orphan that has lost both parents is completely grounded. They do not have any access to whatever basic rights they deserve in their lives. So there is a great need, as you put it, in Uganda for orphan care. These children need to be cared for. They need to be taken to school. They need to be fed. They need to be clothed. But who is going to take care of this if there are no services like what Humanitarian First is doing in this country? If we do not take keen attention and interest in the affairs of these children, it means we are going to have a wasted generation of these children. What happens is when these children are not cared for, they are exploited in various ways and circumstances. You find the girls, for example, are tempted to go into marriage at a young age. Some of them are defiled, some of them are raped, you know, and when sometimes they get pregnant, they acquire other diseases. And they end up dying, actually. Then you realize an orphan is leaving another orphan. So the problem accumulates or doubles, duplicates. Or the boys, for example, will take to the streets. They become street children. And when they are there, they are recruited into petty criminals, or sometimes they also turn into hardened criminals. So it becomes a problem to the social and economic affairs of the country. So really, holistically speaking, we really need to care for these people. That answers or justifies the question you're asking me, do we really need the orphan care in this country? Please, we do. And I want to appreciate what Humanity First has done, although the problem is quite huge.
What is the response of Humanity First Orphan Care Program in curbing the problems of orphans and the situations in Uganda?
Well, as we speak now, Humanity First has taken on 100 orphans. As we speak, we are supporting them in various schools. We have recruited them into schools. Some of them are Jamaat schools, some are not. We care for these orphans in terms of their education welfare, nutrition. We clothe them. We ensure we give them at least a reasonable kind of life to feel as if their parents were around. These children are taken to schools. So HF, or Humanity First, Uganda specifically, has done quite a good job. We are educating these children. We are feeding them in the schools where we take them.
That's wonderful.
We buy for them uniforms. We buy for them scholastic materials that are needed in the schools, just to make sure that they acquire the education, and we ensure that they get access to other children's rights like any other normal child in this country.
What age group do you target while recruiting them?
The recruitment is, we really look at, because there are orphans that may have guardians that are well off. Those orphans may have access to whatever services they need in their lives. But then when we are recruiting them, we look at an orphan that is absolutely, unable to have access to these rights we are looking at. For example, they can't go to school, some of them do not even have food. There are families that we watch on televisions that are exposed sometimes by the media. You find an old woman with a group of around 15, 20 children. There's one I watched on a given television somewhere, in Katanga, a suburb of Kampala. She had around 15 children. All of them were orphans, left to her by sons and daughters that had passed on. You see, she's accommodating them in a single room. She's struggling to feed them. She's struggling to make sure they go to school. Buying all the scholastic items and all that, it becomes a huge burden on such an old woman. So these are the people we look out, and we recruit into our programs, and we make sure they get access to reasonable kind of social and economic standards that can enable them fit into the communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abubakari. Now, from your discussion, I've discovered that you have orphans in different schools, scattered in different areas. What is the sustainability of this program? And even, do you have any program which caters for these orphans that they are in maybe a gazetted place, just like in other places? Other places we hear there are orphanages, or they still come from their homes, and you cater for their education and other education services, maybe even health services, as you put it right. What plan do you have for the sustainability of this program?
Right, at this point I want to extend my gratitude and thanks to Humanity First Germany. They have sponsored us and we are putting up an orphanage in the western part of Uganda in a district called Kabalore.
There is already a plan going on?
Yeah, there is a plan and the buildings have already been erected there. The project is ongoing. And very soon we are going to open that orphanage officially. The capacity is about 30 orphans. You may look at it as something small, but we are looking at the beginning point of it. If we put up an orphanage in western Uganda, of course we shall be developing it. We intend to equip it with all the facilities that are needed by a child to survive in a reasonable atmosphere. So talking about what we are planning to do in the long run, we've started on a plan of an orphanage. It is under construction, and we plan, like I told you, to recruit those very vulnerable children that have lost both parents, that do not have any care at all. Those are the ones we are going to start with in this orphanage. But you and I, Brother Isma, are also potential donors to these programs. So the purpose as to why we're here is to appeal to everyone out there to contribute to the Humanity First programs. We have a number of programs. Today we are discussing Orphan Care, but there are quite a range of programs that Humanity First is running in this country. Who comes in to donate? Each one of us, every coin you give, every coin you contribute towards these programs is very much appreciated. So we call out to everyone who has got anything to give in, please to contribute so as we can help, for example, these orphans also have access to education, health care, and everything they need in their lives.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Abubakari Mugaya. Actually, viewers out there, as you heard it from him, Humanity First Uganda actually is managing an orphanage which is being built in the western part of Uganda, where they're going to be accommodating over 30 orphans. Actually, your donation can save the life of an orphan on the street and enables that orphan actually to enjoy a life which is being enjoyed by the rest of the people in the community. So we urge you, we appeal to you to donate, keep donating, to see that we fulfill this duty of humanitarian development. It has been a pleasure having you on this telethon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Back to you, to our London studios.
Jazakallah, Brother Ismail, and to all of the team in Uganda. And it was such that piece on the orphans, it really kind of hits your heart, especially if you have any children of your own or younger siblings. You know that they're the delight of your eye. As soon as they wake up, they're the ones that bring joy to your life. So to know that there's, not just in Uganda, but across the world, children who do need our help, do need our support, and the best way we can do that is by opening our hearts and donating to Humanity First. You can do that online, hfuk.org/donate, or call us on 0300 561 0107. Like we said, it's such an important, I mean, you're not going to be inspired. I'm sure every piece that is presented today, we're going to have this same conversation that we've been inspired, and we need to kind of do more. We can always do more. And it's one of those things, especially with children. Children are so innocent that there's no element of kind of, that no, I can't relate to them. Everyone can relate to children. Everyone's got a sibling or a friend or knows someone, knows a child in some shape or form. So please do open your hearts and donate.
Now, with that, we're going to give you regular updates, what is happening in the call center, and for that, we're going to go to Brother Kaleem in the Tahir Hall. Kaleem Sahib, what's the update?
Raza, I can hear you. Thank you very much for that. So a lovely piece from our friends in Uganda there. And so don't forget 0300 561 0107 to keep these people busy. So we're coming into a bit of a section now. We've got a new innovation. Maybe you've walked past these globes where you used to throw in your the coins that you had, sort of annoying your pocket and burning a hole in your pocket. So these days we're going to go to a sort of a more modern solution, and this section is sort of sponsored by our friends in Jetpack Marketing, who are a digital marketing agency based in Leicester, helping brands make meaningful connections with their customers. So our thanks to our friends at Jetpack Marketing. And we have here this is the new electronic globe. So it's a metal box, so you can put coins in if you're an old dinosaur, but it's now in an electronic way. You know, we're used to this COVID-friendly. You tap and maybe put your phone there or your card. And with me is Dr. Azhar Sadiq, who's a sort of an NHS ENT specialist, but also running the Warsaw Food Bank as well. So we're gonna do it in a Top Gear style. Yep. As a sub, so we're gonna road test this. So I'm gonna do. It's set for £3, which we're trying to work out how to make it slightly higher. But I'm gonna road test. So basically, got the old Wi-Fi thing. So we'll try first with the Amex. Process. Thank you for your donation. So it appears to have worked. So that's and the good thing is it's important you register and you've done your gift aid. Are you a gift aid person? You're a taxpayer, right?
Yeah, and it's a good way of just getting that extra little bit of money for HF.
Exactly.
With no effort on your part.
And if you're a 40% taxpayer, you're in one of those sort of higher brands, you can then, that's also good. So basically, HF get 25%. Exactly, exactly.
Absolutely.
So, and you're working with a Visa or a MasterCard?
Yeah, I've got a Visa card here.
Okay, we're testing
let's see if that works, shall we?
Yeah, let's go for it. Let's see.
There we go.
Processing. Remove. Thank you for your donation. Look, do you know what? I'm gonna go wild. I'm gonna just see if the phone works. Let me just unlock my phone. See if it remembers how beautiful I am. But or maybe no, it doesn't. Face doesn't fit. Okay. Right then. Okay. Let's. Okay. Right. So I'm gonna try. Thank you for your donation. So there we go. That's but it's the same Amex card. So we've tested that. So that is the new powerful way of doing it. And I know that we're going to hopefully have these in many places. You know, certainly all the masjids around certainly in the UK will be doing this. Basically, Dr. Saab, so you know you're fresh out of Warsaw. Will you be taking one of these home?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So we've got several masjids in the West Midlands. We have had one of those globes at Dar al-Barkat, which have been used for many years, and it has been very successful.
Yeah.
But we've got several mosques there where we could certainly use this. So yeah, I'll put a few in my car. Happy to take them with me.
It's only a tiny little device. It's actually a tiny little device, and I think eventually there's always a bit of a challenge. You know, coins can be quite heavy, whereas at least everyone's got their phone on them, and if they've got the Apple Pay or their Google Pay, they can just do this. So I definitely think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Dr. Can we talk about your history? Because obviously you've been with Humanity First for quite a while. What's your first experience of helping us out in the field?
So, I've been connected with HF for a number of years. I went out to the Gambia a number of years ago now with a medical team, as they often do, to Banjul, to the small teaching hospital in the capital there. And I'm an ENT consultant by profession. And it was my first experience of finding out what the healthcare systems are like in these underdeveloped countries, and I was really quite shocked, to be honest. I didn't know what to expect, but I was quite shocked by the whole thing. Their facilities were very basic. Their healthcare staff they had a skeleton healthcare staff. So we did whatever we could by providing care, giving them some clinical guidelines and protocols.
And it's basically you're helping the African people that who are there, the doctors there. It's not like you're coming in and stand by, I'll fix it for you. You're educating them.
Absolutely, yeah. What it mustn't be is an ego trip for the individual or the group. I think you're very right. It has to be an educational trip. So you have to educate, and you have to have a plan in place to make sure that that continues on a regular basis. So as you know, HF go out every 6 months or a year, apart from this last COVID year. But otherwise, they go out every 6 months, and then you can continue the work that you do. And I think that's vitally important. Otherwise,
my son's become a junior doctor, and he spent a month out in Banjul, and this was him just getting experience, but also it's a fabulous experience. He was eating Jamaat food out in the mission house there, and learning all of that, but actually putting a white coat on and helping in the lab, and maybe obviously he's not able to do too many medical things, but you know, certainly to be around that has now led him to do that. So I think it's even at every level. And my other son taught in the school nearby as well, so he did a bit of A-level maths. So,
mashallah,
so
fantastic.
I'd recommend anyone out there that's got sort of, you know, 16-year-old, 17, 18-year-old sons.
With an aspiration.
With
to
an
go
aspiration,
into
you know.
medical, dental fields, absolutely. And medical students, as you say, junior doctors, HF can cater for every level. And there's something everybody can do. And as you say, once you get out there and you get the bug, you just want to go back and back because there's so much you can do. You know, it's never ending.
Well, I think training is everything, so it's important. But I think for those younger people, you know, and we'd urge all our young people to sort of get on LinkedIn and be connected and build that network. And it's only by going out to Africa and something like that they get real experience. It's much harder for a UK person to come to Warsaw, for example, and help you in ENT, but they can certainly help you in your food bank, we'll talk about that food bank later on.
Good, thank you.
But anyway, so
Excellent.
donation station, it works. We've tested it with a phone. We tested it with a card. And I don't actually have any real money to put in there, but I'm sure. Have you got any?
Now you're testing me. Yeah.
Have you got any? Because
Sure.
when I hear it rattle.
I've got. Yes, I have. Yep. We can.
Anything,
we can make
2
it
P's.
rattle. We can certainly make it
We'll
rattle.
put the mic
go.
down. Right, here we go. There we go. That is a sound.
Make it 3, shall we?
There we go. That is a sound of shrapnel going into this. So some of our finance team will be in there picking the details out later, putting it in their spreadsheet. And the sponsor. So again, thanks to Jetpack Marketing who have sponsored this segment. Maybe they'll buy one of these for us and put it in Leicester because they're Leicester. It's a lovely connection. Look, it's a West Midlands connection.
Yes,
Look,
yes.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
We've got Jetpack Marketing who are based in Leicester.
Okay.
And we're talking to Walsall here. So we've got a Midlands connection.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's Midlands
absolutely.
today.
Yeah.
Right, I think we're going to go head back to the studio now. So thank you, Dr. Saad.
That's a pleasure.
And we'll
It's a
come
pleasure.
back to you
Thanks
at
for
your
having me.
Warsaw Food Bank a bit later on. We don't want to steal your thunder.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you for being part of that. Right, so you got the donation station. If you're coming to Bedford today, come on down, offer your prayers, and then road test this point. Okay, we'll head back to the studio now to Raza and Usman, who have had a nice little break, and it's back to them.
Yeah, we've really enjoyed actually just watching you and you tapping that machine, and we hope your donations keep coming in. Like Kaleem Saab just mentioned, please do donate. You can do that online, hfuk.org/donate, or you can call us 0300 561 0107.
I'm taking one of that machine home.
Yeah.
to put it into the mosque. नाज़रीन इकराम, अगर आपने अभी हमारा प्रोग्राम में शामिल हुए हैं तो जज़ाकुमुल्लाह खैरन। जिस तरह के उस्मान साहब ने अभी कहा कि ये ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट का जो टेलीथॉन हम आपके सामने पेश कर रहे हैं, इसमें हम मुख्तलिफ़ दस्तावेज़ी फ़िल्में आपको दिखाएंगे कि आपके पैसे के साथ जो इस बहुत ही आला मकसद के लिए हम देते हैं उसके साथ क्या होता है, कौन कौन से प्रोजेक्ट्स ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट दुनिया भर में चला रहा है। और इसके साथ साथ सिर्फ दिखाना मकसद नहीं, लेकिन इसका भी ये मकसद है कि आप फराख दिली से दिल खोल के इस मकसद में आप शामिल हों। जो इंफॉर्मेशन आपको ज़रूरी होगी इसके लिए इसमें शामिल होने के लिए वो आपकी टेलीविज़न स्क्रीन्स पर आ रही है। आप हमें कॉल भी कर सकते हैं, अपने वेबसाइट पे हमारे वेबसाइट पे भी जा सकते हैं hfuk.org। और जिस तरह के मैंने पहले अर्ज़ किया कि फराख दिली से इस मकसद में आप डोनेट करें। उस्मान साहब,
We are now going to go to Brother Ibrahim and the team in Ghana, and they are now going to present the next segment of today's program.
Welcome again, viewers, to the Wahab Adam Studios here in Ghana. I hope you've been enjoying today's Humanity First HF 2021 Telethon. With me once again to talk about Water for Life as a project of Humanity First is Dr. Kamaldeen Ali, who is a naval captain retired, and he is the Director of Disaster Relief, Logistics and Operations for Humanity First Ghana. Dr. Kamaldeen Ali, welcome back again to the Wahab Adam Studios here in Ghana.
Thank you very much.
Yes. This time we are talking about Water for Life. Could you tell us some of the challenges facing people without access to clean, potable and decent, if we want to put it, safe water in Ghana?
Thank you very much, Brother Ibrahim. And I'm particularly happy that you've captured the most important themes in discussing water, which is potable water, decent water, sufficient water, clean water that people should have access to. Water is very critical to the survival of humans. Indeed, without water, the world will come to an end. Remember, just even the human body is made up of 70% of water, as the scientists and nutritionists will show. So actually, we are water people when we are moving around. So this shows that with insufficient water, the human cannot exist and the human can extinct. At the global level, close to 4 billion people are still struggling to have access to water in the most decent way. They may have one form of water, but not in the most decent way. When you come to a country like Ghana, it's surprising to know that over 50% of people still in Ghana are not having the most decent water, or are not having decent water that they are supposed to consume. And as you move further and further from the capital, the issue becomes much more alarming, that many people are without water, and a good number of people and communities in Ghana and other places actually in Africa still struggle and drink water and drink from the same source as animals do drink.
So the people drinking alongside animals, you mean?
Oh yeah, obviously. They are looking at streams and water bodies. That's, you know, this is where they fetch for home to cook. This is where they do their washing. This is what the animals also access. And that is the condition that you find such water. There are some places where you don't even find that at all. Or other people will have to move many kilometers to access this otherwise indecent water, let me put it in quotes. And this is a major thing in our country. So although there are programs and projects by the government of Ghana to intervene in this area, it is still absolutely insufficient. So one of the key things that Humanity First has been doing over the years is making sure that boreholes are sunk in places and in villages where people can have access to water. Remember that these are places that you never will have the national water supply lines going.
Like the Ghana Water
Exactly.
They don't have tap waters.
No, I don't. It will not happen in the next 20 years, not in the next 30 years. Wow. Some of those places are completely inaccessible. So you cannot even begin to think about laying any national water source to those places. Even Humanity First trying to assess some of these places to sink boreholes is a major challenge. And yet this is what Humanity First has been doing, sinking such boreholes in such community. One borehole sunk, or if you sink one borehole in a community, you are serving hundreds and at times thousands of people. And just not that community, neighboring communities that are also coming into that particular area. And by doing this, you're actually solving major national issues. First, access to water. This is connected with health because some of the bigger challenges that we have in terms of diseases, immediate ones like cholera, but you could have guinea worm, you have other infections, are all attributed to lack of clean water. So in doing this, you're also solving a major health issue.
Even COVID-19.
Oh, exactly so. So in this period, more than ever, when we have COVID-19, you need clean water for a number of reasons. You need to hydrate yourself very well so that you can have a balanced and good immune system, and also cover yourself from some of the inherent weaknesses that you can have that a COVID virus can hang upon that. You need clean water to be able to wash your hands and to be able to make sure that you don't expose yourself to the danger of COVID-19. And talking about it in the larger context that we were doing, you're also looking at children and women that travel kilometers, very far distances to access water. And you just imagine that you perhaps have moved, say, 5 kilometers to access water in a barrel that is only sufficient for 2 people to bath. So it means that you are talking about the frequency of such people having to move and bring such water, because how much water can you carry on your head?
Indeed.
Yes, this, not to be sarcastic, but in a very normal city, this may be twice what is flushed down a toilet. And that is twice or 3 times what is flushed. And this is what is needed, and this is what is assessed after walking for 5 kilometers. It then has implications for security and safety of women and children, and access to education of the girl child, because ultimately they will have to move long distances to have such water and may never go to school or don't have a consistent access to education. So Humanity First have been assessing such places and then making sure that a source of water is provided. And some of the recent interventions of Humanity First are very interesting, and then we can speak to that.
Absolutely. Before we come to the interventions of Humanity First with regards to Water for Life, please send in your donations to the number on the screen if you are here in Ghana, or to the international portal which is on the screen. And please donate as much as you can so that we can help solve issues for communities in deprived areas. We are coming to you live from Wahab Adams Studios here in Ghana on this HF Humanity First 2021 Telethon. And with me discussing Water for Life is Dr. Kamaldeen Ali, who is Naval Captain retired, and he is the Director of Disaster Relief, Logistics and Operations for Humanity First Ghana. Coming back again to the interventions Humanity First has been offering, let's wrap it up in about a minute. How has it been impactful?
Oh, it has been impactful in many ways. Most recently, this year, there has been a number of boreholes that have been sunk by Humanity First. In the northeast region of Ghana, which is one of the new regions that has been created in the last few years, Humanity First have been making serious interventions in places like Bandar, Kofori, and then sinking, boreholes to make sure that people have access to water. When you look at those pictures and those videos, you see that these are places that nobody will go to. You see that this is a life-saving intervention that Humanity First is making. You see that this is something that is just not to an individual, this is to a community, and that you are actually securing the future of the youth and the safety and security of that community by such intervention and by providing such water. And what Humanity First does is to assess the situation. Having just a hand pump is enough for most communities, but where possible, solar is integrated into the architecture of the water so that it can make it much easier. But there, again, you are looking at issues of maintenance. But as I said, people are moving 5 kilometers to look for water and would have carried it. So if such people can pump water in 2 minutes, the same water that they go for 5 kilometers and use an hour or 2 hours, then you have made a life-saving intervention.
Briefly, before we go in 10 seconds, how much does it cost roughly for such a borehole to be sunk in dollars or cedis? We can convert it.
You're looking at something within the range of $4,000 to $5,000 for a mechanized, for a hand pump borehole. So if you were to distribute to a community, you're probably just making a contribution of a few cents to each human being to live. And for a community, for $4,000, you have saved over 100, 200, and at times 500 people, their lives, their education, and their health.
With $4,000, $5,000, we can help save, as Dr. Kamaldeen Ali has said, a whole community by providing them with portable, clean, decent drinking water. It is Humanity First 2021 Telethon coming to you from the Wahab Adams Studios here in Ghana. And I remain your host, Ibrahim K. Asante. Please keep sending your donations to the mobile money on the screen, as well as the merchant number on the screen if you are here in Ghana. and also to the international donation line on the screen. Thank you so much for joining us. Do stay with us. Don't change the dial. We'll be back. And to our brothers in London.
Thank you, Brother Ibrahim, for that amazing piece that you just delivered. And as Brother Ibrahim very beautifully just mentioned, please do donate. The details of how you can donate are on the bottom of your screen. You can go online, hfuk.org/donate, or call us on 0300 561 0107. And next, so I think it's important we introduce what's happening next. I thought I'd just look at my screen. It's not buffering. I thought the people at home might think it's buffering. No, the screen's not buffering. We're just looking at what we actually got to present next. But next, actually, we're going to go to a short clip, which is going to show how your donations actually reach those in need.
Charity is simple. Give money, help people. But how does the money in your pocket become vital help for people in need? Let's take medicine, for example. When you donate, the medicine has to be procured, packed up, taken to the airport, loaded on an airplane, flown thousands of miles, then taken by road, but not on roads like this. Roads like this, this, and this. Or sometimes jungles with no roads, or a ferry. You get the idea. Finally, they arrive, but we can't just hand them out. So we send doctors with them to diagnose the patients and dispense it safely. So the journey to turn your donation into the help people need is a long one, but worth it for the difference it makes to people's lives.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
I'm called Dr. Nakwagala Fred, the senior consultant physician who heads the Directorate of Medicine that is looking after the COVID patients in this hospital. We would like to appreciate Humanity First Uganda, who have donated to us a very big number of items, including 2,000 masks, surgical masks, 60 jerrycans of liquid soap, and 500 pieces of sanitizers. As you all know, we are at the forefront of battling with COVID-19 pandemic in this country. And our hospital is one of the main hospitals in this country where this fight is taking place. We have been looking over quite a number of patients, almost all of whom have discharged and they have gone home. But we continue to receive a number of cases. And one of the biggest factors in this work is what we call infection control. And it's a highly infectious disease that we have to prevent the spread of the infection from the diseased patients to the public and also to the healthcare workers. And so these items that have been donated will go a long way in helping us to control these infections. Thank you very much for this kind assistance.
nasimire ba Red Cross ni HSF nasima ni WW ibintu byose bakhwele buyedi nasima bakhwelemo busebiki bakhwelemo sani bakhwe tundubale bakhwokho ni khasolo baileyo bakhwakho ni khapopola khekhuchenda monge fula yapile nabona ndi khenjenda bulayi nasima wadi biyo ibese khamele khabona hesi bamele nasima nabasima nabi niyanziza nabi.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Irrespective of the cause of the suffering, if we claim to be true Muslims, it is our obligation and paramount duty to assist all people who are facing difficulties and to strive to alleviate their pain and distress. Our religion of Islam has taught us two overarching means of serving mankind. The first way is to bring people towards their Creator and to inspire them towards fulfilling His rights. Accordingly, it is the duty of every true Muslim to try to bridge the rift and void that is growing between humanity and Allah the Almighty. The second primary means of serving mankind is to help people in their time of need and to utilize whatever resources are available in order to bring ease and comfort to those who are deprived or facing trials and tribulations.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Welcome back. That was just some short clips on how your money that you donate actually affects the lives of those people in need. And there's such inspiring clips, and actually really clips that move you. When you hear these incidents, it makes you just want to give more, because there are so many people in need. I mean, of today we've heard of the orphans, and when you hear some of the figures, 1 million orphans just in Uganda, it really moves your heart. And with the Water for Life project, it's one of those things, I think in countries like this, we take it for granted. Like, I remember myself, actually, I've been to Liberia, and you really have to plan. You have a certain amount of water that you use for everything, for cleaning, drinking, cooking, whatever it is, and you really have to make sure that you don't waste a drop of water. And here sometimes we just leave the taps on and we don't realize. But please do donate, open your hearts. You can do that online. You can see the details on your screen at the moment. If you go to hfuk.org/donate, or you can call us on 0300 561 0107.
It's also interesting to see the journey that every pound or every penny that you spend or donate for Humanity First, the items that are bought with that, the journey that these items take until they reach, you know, the very, very far remote villages. And what you've said as well, I mean, if I think back as well, when we went to Ghana, when Zoo sent us to Ghana for 2 months, the tap, you open it, if you're lucky, you will get some drops. And then even if you do, you know, have some running water, the guarantee that it will keep running until you're done with your shower, it's not there. So it tells you that, and these are the same brothers and sisters around the world, even if they are not Ahmadis, as you've seen from the clips. That should not be a reason for us not to worry about them, not to serve, as the motto is for Humanity First, serving mankind.
Of course, it doesn't matter your race, your gender, where you're from, your background. Our duty as Muslims is to serve and serve mankind. We're now next going to go to one of our biggest projects, which Humanity First is fundraising for, and it is the new hospital in Ivory Coast. Now, it's a massive project, and you know, hospital is almost like the focal point of a town or city, wherever it is. And I believe there's still some work to do, but the team is trying to raise £3 million to make sure that this hospital can be built to the best of standards. So we're now going to go to the Ivory Coast Hospital project.
Ivory Coast is a country of 25 million people. Located on the western coast of Africa, it forms part of 17 other countries called West Africa. 20 years ago, with 2 civil wars, the country was set back But soon after the wars were over, the last 8-9 years, the country has bounced back economically. But unfortunately, the health sector has not caught up with that. So much so that the country, the care index for Ivory Coast is at 187th out of 195 listed by World Health Organization. The amenable mortality rate of the country is one of the highest in the region. And when preventable mortality rate rises that much, it is a marker that healthcare industry in that region needs investment and help from other donors. That is the reason why Humanity First chose Ivory Coast over other countries of the region. The planned project for Ivory Coast is a single level 33,000 square feet of a building which is going to house a 30-bed facility. It will start with 4 basic specialties: general surgery, internal medicine, pediatrics, and maternity. We are also planning to include dental services and ophthalmology outpatient. As and when needed, we will include visiting faculty of cardiology, urology, and gastroenterology. The hospital will also have a diagnostic center, which will include a full-scale lab, digital X-ray, and an ultrasound. Moreover, we are also planning services which will include pharmacy, food and beverages, and housekeeping. This is not only environmental. The sustainability has 2 other pillars. The second is social equity, and more important for us is the economical sustainability. When all 3 pillars combined, we call it sustainable development. Humanity First is a responsible organization. Any healthcare facility or otherwise we plan, we keep this sustainable development in mind. How does that translate into a hospital project? The environmental side is defined by the architecture planning. What we try to do is that the design which has minimum carbon footprint, we make use of natural light, the greens, the smells, lavenders, jasmine, all this help into the environmental sustainability of the project. The next is social equity. We bring in, we empower local communities, we create employment, we train them and let them take over the project. Lastly, the project has to be economically sustainable, and for organizations like Humanity First, it is very important that the hospital must have sustainable revenue so that it can, otherwise the mother organization will keep on putting the funds with no bottom, and the funds will go into a bottomless pit. Therefore, sustainability, the economical sustainability is very important, and that is how we plan, and that is why it is so important to have a sustainable development and not something which you can keep on spending money towards. Many people ask this question: why is it necessary to have a bigger facilities rather than a smaller one. It will be less costly. So why not go for a facility which is, in their opinion, is more affordable? The answer is simple, and that is it has the potential of becoming sustainable facility. If you don't put the potential in the facility, it will never become sustainable. And if it doesn't become sustainable, then there is no multiplying the effort. And if you can't multiply, then you can't serve more underserved people globally. 2 weeks back, I received a call from the director of Nasser Hospital. And he said, Majid, we have a COVID patient. So I was just wondering, what's the big deal? We get COVID patients every day. But then he said that that patient has chartered a plane and he is coming from 300 miles away. That caught my attention. Obviously, that was the reason why he was calling. So when you have patients who can go anywhere in the world, who can choose any hospital, who can charter a plane to come to the hospital, and they still choose your facility, that means that you are getting closer to your target. You get patients with choices to your facility, you make some money to spend it on the patients who would otherwise would not be able to get the health care, the treatment they are looking for, and may not survive.
That was the Ivory Coast Hospital. It's such an amazing project, and a project that can affect so many people. I mean, a hospital, like we mentioned before, Raza, is such a focal point of a city. And if anything, in this pandemic, if we've learned anything, is the importance of healthcare and how healthcare can really save people's lives. So you can only imagine what we've been talking about today with the orphans and the Water to Life project. And we were actually talking off air that we should challenge our viewers that try to survive today with just 2 cups of water and see what you prioritize in your day. Is it doing wuzu, cleaning yourself, using that water for cooking? And this may be difficult for us living here, but this is reality for those people who live in some parts of the world where there is no water for them, where there is no taps for them. They have to survive with what they have. So please do donate. Call us on 0300 561 0107. The number is on the screen, or you can donate online at hfuk.org/donate. No money is, don't feel that because you can't afford much, I don't know if my donation will count. Every penny counts, regardless of what the currency is. Every penny counts.
You're absolutely right. And I think to put this into perspective, what you said, we never think about this.
Yeah. Ever.
Imagine like being given we have a cup of water right here. How much is this? This is that's all you have. And imagine you have 2 of these. We don't even realize all the things that we use water for. Yeah. So this is for wuzu. We have 5 times a day we do wuzu, ideally, right? And then you have drinking, you have cooking, you have cleaning, you have washing, and I'm sure there's more things that you use water for. And we take it for granted.
I've actually been in that situation. So like I mentioned, I went to Liberia, and our daily routine was, we were in a village. We had to, as soon as we wake up, go to the well that was in the village, get as much water as we can as we needed. And I remember on my second night there came a time where I had to make a decision because I really had to go to the bathroom, and I only had very little water left. So the decision I had to make then, and what was going through my mind, was that either I use this water now to kind of go to the washroom, but I also then won't have water for Fajr. So what do I do? What do I do? And I thought, okay, do you know what? I'll try to kind of delay my needs to go to the washroom, and I just thought I'll wake up in the morning and go for Fajr, because you got to realize even in these areas, it's not as safe as whenever you run out, you can just go get more.
Yeah.
You know, you have to wait for then the sun to come out, for there to be light, for you to see, and for it to be safe for you to actually get the water. So I've been in their shoes. I think we can only, to be honest, really open our hearts when we can relate to what these people are going through, and we have to put ourselves in their shoes. So again, please, if you are new to the channel, please do subscribe, like the video, and please open your hearts and donate. You can call us on the number that's on the screen, 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561 0107, or you can donate online, hfuk.org/donate.
If you're in the London area, in the Beta Fatou area, then do make sure that you come by, and Mass time is just around the corner, and you can try out that new machine that Kaleem was introducing, which has been introduced by
I don't know
Jetpack.
what the official name for that is. I just call it the tap machine, but that machine where you just tap it and you donate.
You know, we're used to those globes of Humanity First, but like the international currencies floating in there. But this is probably the new thing. Well, if you have a name for it, then make sure that you mention some in the comment section. And
we're actually going to Kaleem Edward now. Maybe that's the first question we can ask him. Actually, what is this machine? What's the official term
have you named
for
it,
this machine? Has he named
have
it?
you named it yet?
Have I named it? Well, I'm thinking it's like a reverse ATM. It's not going to give you money. There's no money going to come out of this thing. You know, you have to feed it. So maybe it's a Humanity First feed me sort of device. But anyway, I think you're right. Let's throw that open. If anyone's got a really amazing idea for the name of it. Anyway, it's the donation station. That's what we're going to call it for now. Okay, so very interesting point there. Osman talking there about times in Liberia with very little water, and we're talking. We'd like to thank our friends at EcoWell who've donated a water well, which is really delightful, and it's a great thing. If you've not given a water well, next time your wife's got a birthday or a 20-year wedding anniversary, she doesn't need anything else. Buy your lovely lady a water well, or you buy your husband a water well. So I definitely recommend all companies should be buying water wells for their staff. Okay, so EcoWell, they work towards a sustainable tomorrow, and they promote social values as a responsible nationwide construction and engineering services company. So EcoWell, they've been helping us before, so I'd like to thank them for sponsoring this little segment. Okay, so that's enough promotion for them for a bit, and we'll get back to Humanity First, which is doing fabulous work. So anyway, we talked about donations. What can you do? We talked about the donation station. Tap your phone on it. You can talk about use your phone or using your card as you walk by, or you can rattle some money in there as well. Anyway, so we'll go over to the call centre if we can. So I got the in years gone by, we used to have lots of people here, but I thought would you stand up and take a little break. So Arthur's joined us from Walsall. His father's running the sort of Walsall food bank. Arthur, how have you found it today?
It's been, I've enjoyed it a lot. We've had some interesting calls and some very generous donations.
That's good. Because obviously in the past we've had telephone. In the past the phones would be ringing all the time. I think possibly people are now more familiar with the tap and go. Is that what you're finding?
I think so, but if you have any queries, if you want to learn about any of the funds, then please do come through the phones and we can guide you through it.
Yeah, and of course what we love to do is have a regional accent on the telephone. So all telephone banking customers, they'll have Scottish accents, this, that and that, and you've got this lovely West Midlands burr.
I'm sure.
Or you're putting it on. Maybe you don't. Maybe you speak really posh when you get home. But have you travelled? You travelled down from West Midlands today.
Yeah.
And have you experienced Humanity First before your father, or he's dragged you in?
I try to take part and help out in the food bank, just contacting supermarkets and trying to find a supply of food. That's what I do there.
And how old are you?
I'm 22.
22. There you go. Sort of eligible bachelor, I'm sure. But no plug intended. But anyway, so basically, and you recommend all your friends to be part of Humanity First. And you on LinkedIn?
I am. I did. I joined LinkedIn just to increase my prospects of finding a job. So
exactly. Great tip there. So a bit of careers advice for free. Get on LinkedIn. So if you've got a young son or daughter trying to get on in life, make sure that they're on LinkedIn. They get a really good profile, and they make they're friends with Humanity First, so follow Humanity First. And if you've ever given money to Humanity First, you're in our fundraising department. So congratulations to everyone. You can now put on LinkedIn that you're a part of the fundraising. But are you going to do that? You're going to say
definitely will.
So you're definitely a volunteer because you're doing that. But I would say that the donation station, it's a really important thing. So I mean, you know, this is a one-off thing. A lot of people are ringing in, but you know, we've got the direct debits as well. Have you got?
Yeah. People have come through and asked to set up direct debits as well. So if you have any questions about that as well, we can help in that stage as well.
So basically, it's like Madonna's telephone headset here, but the telephone headset is also as a customer service. So if you've got any questions, we can handle some of that. Or certainly we've got all the experts here. The chairman's lurking in the background. Head of finance is wandering around. So we've got everyone here. If you've got any questions regarding what they're doing, we can handle that. And obviously we've got even the head of the website is here as well, so
I think he is, yeah.
he can help us as well. All right, so we're at the call station. So these phones they are working, but there's we're not many people ringing in. So you know, unfortunately, it's a bit of a sunny day in the UK. But we'd really urge people to ring their friends to tell their friends to ring in, right?
Yeah, definitely.
We want to keep you busy.
I want to be busy, yeah.
Exactly. All right, well, listen, thank you very much. Are you going to tell all your friends to get onto LinkedIn and be friends with Humanity First?
Definitely will. 100%.
Yeah, exactly. Well, anyway, and your brother, everyone, so people must get involved in social media. Anyway, so we've got lots of banners here. We've got lots of interesting things. We've got all of our different programs are shown up on the backdrop here. So we've put a lot of effort into getting this all looking nice. These wonderful tablecloths have been presented, and our networks team have hidden all of their routers and stuff like that to make it all beautiful. So to give Arthur a shining light. And your shirt's blending in nicely with the. You can't have any lunch because you might spoil it. Lovely. Arthur, thanks very much for your time. Anyway, let's pop back to the donation station if I can. I'll drag my poor cameraman who's getting a bit of a run around here. And another thing as well, while I've got you, is I know we've talked about the honey in the past. You know, maybe go to cameraman or this one. Okay, right. So the Humanity First honey is a bit of a project we've got. If you go to hfuk.org, you can see you can buy the honey. It's fresh from Hadiqat al-Mahdi. It's the only place you can get the honey. Can you zoom in there, our friends there? So this is Hadiqat al-Mahdi honey. The other camera. Let's go. I'll come to you. Save you the effort. I'll get my boost my step count for wandering over. Anyway, so that's a perfect runny honey. We've got some soft set honey as well. So this is fresh out of Hadiqat al-Mahdi. So we've just had the harvest now. So if you didn't go to Jalsa Salana, the bees were there. So, and they've done a fabulous job this year. So we got, 400 or 500 jars of honey. It's a tenner a jar. It's great value. Distribution is a problem. It's not that we're short of lorry drivers. It's just that it doesn't post very well. See, it's glass, it's heavy. Okay, and so it's important anyway. This is a local product and it's pure. But people say, well, why is it £10? Why is it so expensive? But obviously, if you go to Lidl and you pay a pound, you get what you pay for. So this is pure coal-filtered honey, and a couple of years ago at the telethon, we had our beekeeper who came in to give a bit of discussion. So we'll try and get that clip on the website. I must nudge Razak, who's listening in carefully. It's on his to-do list. But that's a lovely interview there, and he showed us what's involved. But anyway, so you can buy this on the HFUK website. So basically, when you do the donation station, it doesn't give you anything back. But I think the honey is a great donation. You're paying £10, and I give you a jar of perfectly pure honey, which is worth sort of £6 in your local farmers market. So it's a great resource. Unfortunately, it's a collection only, but we've had it. Friends have taken it to Glasgow. It's been to Manchester. It's been everywhere. So it can get delivered, but through the lovely Murabi network that we've got around. So our thanks to the Jamaat the Ahmadi Muslim Association. Have got tentacles everywhere, and so it does get distributed in that regard. So it's not something that we can post out. So please don't buy it and then sort of moan at people that it hasn't come in the post. It's glass and it's heavy, so it doesn't get posted. Right, that's enough about the honey. So we've talked about the donation station. We spoke to Arthur from the call centre. Please, if you can, keep them busy. If I can remember what the phone is, my laptop is locked. The number's on the thing. It's 0300 561 0107, the number on the screen there. So please, if you can, ring them up and keep them busy, or go on the website and log in, or come for Namaz and use this donation station. We'll be unplugging this shortly and taking it up to the mosque to try and capture people as they come in and probably give them a bit of a road test. Okay, well, that's enough of me chatting. We're going to go to, so we'd like to thank EcoWell, who have donated a water well and sponsored this segment. So our thanks to our friends at EcoWell, who are a responsible nationwide construction and engineering services company. So maybe they're constructing some wells for us one day, who knows. But anyway, they're providing the money, which is a very important point. Okay, well, thanks very much. I'm going to hand back, I believe, to the studio now. I think are the studio... We're going to go to a video. We're going to go to beneficiaries' video. So I'll on to our video people and play VT.
My name is Godfrey Washwa, Senior Assistant Town Clerk and DJ Division. I'm very happy to receive you in this office of Ndeje Division, one of the divisions one of the divisions in the Sabagabo Municipal Council. We are very grateful for your service. Humanity first serving mankind. This is not the first time we've heard about you. You've donated to the National Task Force several items, and if you really find it necessary, this is Kata serviced, and you give us a donation, a simple token. I don't want to call it an appreciation because I don't know why you are appreciating us. We should be the ones to appreciate you for what you have done in the fight against COVID. I know together we can fight this disease. Together we can do it with God on our side.
Naina gange nzizuwe na amadaba gutumbwire. Nebaza kitongole kya Humanity First okutuwa ebibala bino ebirungi biti ebiddo tugasa emberi yetujja. Era n'abeebaza nti mwebala omulimo gwe mukoze kuba tuli kusuubira okufuna ekirungi emberi yetujja. Abakulembeze baife abatukoze mu mulimo guno tubeeyanzinza mwebale. Kuba twali tusuubira kufuna ku ndokwa dino letuli mu ssaawa eno nimwe nga muli kubona mutyo. Kale neebaza ekibiina kino ekyaleeta enkolangana eno eyawalala okututaasa embeera edinaabanga lituviire mu embi. Kuba mpegaana embeera embi likulemesa okukola ekintu ejja mu maiso. Aye obanga wetufuniye ku bino nga ensigo daife dino de baatuleetera ndisuubira ofunamu ekirungi emberi waakyo. Basanufu ino ku byengera bino byetuli kubonako kale ssaawa eno. Kuba buti ssaawa eno ebyengera bino kino kyengemye wano nti mu ngalo tyakifuuwa ku idagala. Aye ndisuubira buti nga bino byetuli kufuuwa ku idagala biyinza okola ki okusinga wano ku bino ebyaife byetusimba nitusuula obwawo. Kuba ife batwidinga bino ebintu biri mu ki omugaso gwabyo buti ssaawa tutandise okola ki okugubona. Wembanga nkyaziiza nfunamu omulamu ampaako omugeni gange yanwako oba okunoga akasawo ninja ninfunamu akasente kanamba kubizibu ebaire nga biri waka ebyetaagisibwa. Kale ndisuubira n'ebintu byaife bye tulikola ebiri ku idagala biyinza otangirira byasinga wano kuba kino kizira ku idagala lyona kisimbe kyawo wensobola nfuka ku bwasokolindo wankoko.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
इसी तरह ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट भी मुख्तलिफ़ किस्म के खल के काम कर रही है, जिनमें खुराक, पानी, तालीम, इलाज और दूसरे काम जैसे ज़लज़लों और तूफ़ानों वगैरह में हंगामी काम करना शामिल है। ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट में भी जमात के अफराद एक जज्बे से काम करते हैं और वही काम जो दूसरी तंजीमें लाखों खर्च करके करती हैं, ये हज़ारों में कर देते हैं। हमारे वॉलंटियर वहाँ जाते हैं, बस एक हिस्सा जमात का माली लिहाज से भी और अफरादी क़ुव्वत के लिहाज से भी रज़ाकाना तौर पर अपनी खिदमात पेश करके ये काम करते हैं। दूसरों को भी चाहिए, बहुत से ऐसे हैं जो इस कार खैर में हिस्सा नहीं लेते, उनको भी चाहिए कि जैसा कि मैंने कहा अपनी खुशी के मौके पर इन नेक कामों में अल्लाह ताला की रज़ा के लिए हिस्सा लें। और हकीकत में इससे जो खुशी आपको इसकी आदत पड़ जाने के बाद होगी वो इन आर्जी खुशियों से कहीं ज़्यादा होगी।
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Today, the world is facing the worst global crisis since World War II. More than 820 million people are suffering extreme hunger every day, and the UN fears that a further 400 million could be dragged into poverty. The pandemic has proved devastating for daily wage workers, who could no longer earn and whose families have been plunged into poverty, not just in low-income regions such as Africa, South America and Asia, but even in North America and Europe. Humanity First has supported almost 700,000 people looking out for the most vulnerable. In developed economies, our food banks are busier than ever, providing families with dietary necessities as well as the provision of hot meals and food supplies, while our teams provide for the homeless, care homes and refugees. In much of South Asia, Humanity First has provided daily wage workers and their families with food ration packs and clean drinking water. All across Africa, as the pandemic spreads, our teams have been reaching remote villages and providing a lifeline for families struggling to provide a simple meal for their children. With your help, Humanity First has now provided over 10 million meals. People like you are making a difference.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Just a reminder, please do donate. You can go online at hfuk.org/donate or call us on 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561 0107. Now, as mentioned in the VT, Humanity First has two food banks here in the UK. One is in Mirfield, which is in West Yorkshire, and the other is in Walsall. And we are today actually joined by the manager, the Humanity First Food Bank manager of Walsall, Dr. Azhar. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Saab. Dr. Saab, I guess our first question with regards to the Humanity First Food Bank is, why was Walsall picked as a location for this food bank?
Well, I don't suppose it was chosen as such. I think the way it all happened was that during lockdown, I started looking at how I could contribute or serve the community. Yeah. And I've lived in Walsall most of my life, and there are large pockets of poverty in the town. So I started looking at what the need was in the town, and clearly there were areas of significant food poverty. And so I just kind of researched it a little bit and found that although there were food banks in Walsall, there was still quite a significant need. And so I tried to do a little background work, looked at potential premises, and I thought, well, possibly we could do something about distributing food, or possibly a food bank. And clearly we all knew at that stage that Humanity First had a food bank established in Mirfield, which was very successful and continues to be. And so with those ideas, I approached Dr. Aziz Saab, chairman of HF, as we all know, and he was very supportive, hugely enthusiastic about it, and really guided me through the process. Now, clearly there has to be a plan in place which is viable to do this, and the HF team, to cut a long story short, felt that the plan was a good plan and they were happy to go with it. And by the grace of Allah, 2 days before Eid al-Fitr, on the 12th of May, we opened our doors for the Walsall Food Bank in an indoor shopping centre, right in the centre of town, where we've got a great footfall, large number of people going past. And since then it has just grown.
I know it's the uptake here in the UK specifically as well of food banks has grown, unfortunately, over the past year or two. But there are a lot of people relying on food banks nowadays. When it comes to the Humanity First food banks in both places, what impact have they had on the local population?
I think significant. I mean, there are a variety of people who come to the food banks. There are those who themselves don't come, but friends or neighbours or relatives come in and say, we know about this family who will not come and see you, but they are really struggling. You know, for example, we had this young man who was looking after his two sisters, younger sisters, and their guardian had passed away. And one of the neighbours came in and told us about him. He said he's struggling to put food on the table. So we got in touch with him, and alhamdulillah, since then we have been giving the family weekly food parcels. So it's little stories like that that make a difference. There are many migrants in Walsall, and as you know, a lot of those have real problems with not only financial issues, but also, again, putting food on the table. So we've helped a lot of the migrant community, single mothers, those who've lost jobs, and even those who need food temporarily. So there are those that, for example, their next paycheck is 3 weeks away, and they've just run out of money and they can't get enough food for the kids, so they'll pop in and they'll see us. And there are those, and this is an important group as well, there are those who don't want to come in. They know they need the help, but they can't ask for it. And they wander outside the food bank, and they look inside the food bank, and they walk past it again and again, and we have to sort of coax them in and encourage them and just sit down and say, we're here to help you, talk to us, you know, and they're desperate. They have a tear in their eye and they don't want to ask you, but you know they need help. So, alhamdulillah, it has given us the opportunity to serve, and there is certainly a need out there.
I think that's part of our kind of in our DNA as Muslims, that we shouldn't only help someone if they ask for it. Rather, if we know the help is required, we should be kind of at the forefront doing our best. But one question I wanted to ask was, in terms of people who help you on a local capacity, it's not just Ahmadi Muslims, I'm sure it's other community members as well. If you could just brief us a bit on that as well.
Yeah, at the moment in the Walsall Food Bank, it is predominantly Ahmadi Muslims. But I think, as you know, in the Murfield Food Bank, which is, alhamdulillah, been running for over a year, they have many volunteers from outside the community. So we've just started a couple of months ago, and we've had a lot of Jamaat volunteers come forward. So we're fully staffed at the moment. So in some ways, although we want to go out and look for other volunteers, you know, we've got a happy medium. We're well staffed at the moment. But we will, inshallah, go out and get people from other parts of the community. I'd also just like to add there that the Lajna members have been really pivotal in delivering this as well. You know, Lajna are always ahead of us men in doing these things, and they've been wonderful. Out of the 5 days a week that we serve the community, they serve 3 days a week, and they're very diligent, they're very hard-working. And the feedback I get from them is that they love the work that they do.
Even 5 days, actually, it's you know, it might not sound, for those people who might not know about food banks, but 5 days is a huge operation. I know, like in the area that I live in, there's only like 2 days and there's only certain hours of the days, but to have consistently 5 days a food bank that is available at the ready to help you for your needs is an amazing thing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
What about, you know, the items that you do have in the food bank? Where does that come from?
Okay, so most of the items we have at the moment are non-perishable items. So we have different sources. Some of it comes from supermarkets through our marketing team. Some of it comes from people just walking past and dropping items in. I would say a large proportion of it, alhamdulillah, still comes from the surrounding Jamaats. So they've really engaged in this process, you know, and they're ringing us up, they're sending people down with large food parcels as a contribution from their Jamaats. And we are actively reaching out to corporate sponsorship, to other charitable organisations who want to link with us, and just other community groups. So it is a variety of sources, and we want to grow that, because when the need grows, you've got to have a reliable source of food coming in consistently over time. So that's a continual challenge for us. Every day, you know, we're trying to work on it.
May Allah be with you in that challenge for
Ameen.
the future. What's the plan for the future?
So the
I mean,
future-
you just started off a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
But
I suppose ultimately the success of a food bank is that it would close, that it would not be needed. That is the ultimate success, I guess, isn't it? But I can't see that happening. Not here, not from the reports I hear from Murfield. We want to serve as much as we can to whomsoever we can. And we have other ideas as well. I mean, that food bank will be a hub for Humanity First in the Midlands. So that will mean that we will do other incentives running from that food bank. Now that may mean dropping clinics. It may mean blood pressure clinics, blood glucose clinics. We might run blood donation drives from there and other such activities. We may use it as a centre to respond to disasters around the region. As we all know, HF responds to disasters, and that is something I understand that they're looking to set up in the UK as well. So that may be a hub for the Midlands area to respond to those sort of problems, God forbid. So yeah, we have a lot of plans for the food bank, inshallah. But at the moment we want to really consolidate what we do, and would ask for everybody's prayers in that.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, and Jazakallah for taking time out to join us here in the studio. As Dr. Saab said, the need is growing, so our donations need to grow in proportion. So please do donate. You can call us. The details are on the screen. The number is 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561 0107. Or you can go online and donate hfuk.org/donate. I believe now we're going to head back to Tyrol, back to our brother Clem Edwards, and see what's happening in the studio.
Oh, well, surprise, you're back in the Tire Hall, so thanks very much for joining us. And so this segment is sponsored by our friends at Seven Seas Holidays, an independent travel agency based in London, Tooting, and offer everything from city breaks to cruises to Hajj pilgrimages, I understand. I need to speak to the chap about that. Okay, well anyway, so thanks very much for joining us back in the Tire Hall. We're obviously talking about donations, and lovely here to hear from Dr. Saab, who was here road testing the donation station, and all that money is going, to help him in his Walsall food banks. That's fabulous. Anyway, so I'm going to bring in Vakar Lake, who's one of our UK sort of, so Vakar, explain exactly what you do.
Okay, I'm serving as Director of Services for Humanity First UK. And my job is to coordinate all the humanitarian services response.
So last year during COVID, we were very busy, weren't we, with the sort of the call handling. But I understand that that service has been sort of tweaked a little bit.
Yes, you're right. Last year, soon after the COVID crisis started, we started a support line helping people with information, some emotional support, as well as logistical support on the ground. And as part of the service, we realized that there's a big demand out there for the mental health support, or to tackle the loneliness issue, because there were so many callers who were calling us because they didn't have anyone to talk to.
And I suppose that was when people were isolated, but if you're shielding, you're still isolated.
Exactly. So we started a service specifically to cater for that need. It's called Befriending Service. That was started at the end of last year. We have trained volunteers who call our clients on a weekly basis, talk to them, and help and advise whichever way they can. The details are on our website, so anyone who thinks they will benefit from that service, or anyone they know can benefit from.
And it's in multi-languages, in English, Urdu, is that right?
Yes, so we're running 3 languages, English, Urdu and Punjabi, and we are trying to
To me, Punjabi and Urdu is same cheese.
No, exactly. Yeah, but one of the key things for these sort of services that when you are talking to someone and you want to connect with them, it's better if you can speak the same language and you have similar sort of background. So it really.
Try your mic again with it. I'm being told that by the powers that be that your microphone.
Okay, is it better?
Yeah.
No, okay.
So basically, and if we go on our website, Razak is upstairs. I'm sure he's busy building that website now to point us. But it's the old COVID hotline. It's the same number.
Yeah. So we have a services number, and it's option 3 for befriending service.
So you ring the main line and press option 3.
Yes. So we have the same number for food banks and other UK services. It's option 3 for befriending service. You can record a message, and one of our team members will get in touch.
And potentially that number's coming through to our customer services team behind us, is it?
Yes, exactly.
So if you've got any donation issues or whatever, or any questions that come up, because people maybe they want to come forward. I take it we're looking for people to help on that befriending.
Exactly, and this is a really good opportunity to get more involved, know a bit more about the services we provide. If you can donate to continue these services, that'd be great. But if you can offer your knowledge, your experience, your expertise to run and deliver these services, please.
Nothing like helping yourself, actually. There's something about giving money which is you do it and you walk away, and whereas you're not as invested. Whereas if you're physically helping and you have a duty, maybe every week you've got to ring Mrs. Brady, the old lady down the road, that's your job now.
Yeah. If you're good at, if you think that you have good listening skills, you can comfort people, and this is something which you would enjoy doing. Definitely, put your name forward, and we'll get in touch with you.
Fabulous. I think it's marvellous. We, in this society, we become a little bit, WhatsApp friendly, and everyone has this. So I think for my mother's in Herefordshire, and she has a community of older people that she's talking to every day. But if you're maybe not in that, you can get a bit isolated. And these days, maybe children and, we're 40, 50, years old, and we're a bit too familiar with WhatsApp, and maybe we should be actually ringing and having a conversation. Is that the conversation's dying art, maybe?
Yeah, definitely. And loneliness was a big issue even before COVID, and it's exacerbated by the recent, in the last 16, 18 months. So there's a big increase in the level of support required. And by the grace of Allah, we've been able to jump in and help out whoever we could.
So our people need to promote the service. Tell people if you've got an older relative that's lonely or needs a bit of support. So we need to promote the service to say it's there, and we also need people to man the phones and be that to power the service.
Yeah, exactly. And the details are on our website, on our social media. There was a really nice video shared a couple of days ago about the befriending service, which has got all the contact details. And there are multiple ways to get in touch. Spreading the message is really important. Yeah. We know there are people out there who can really benefit from this service. So that's really important. If you know anyone, please put the details forward, and we'll get in touch.
Yeah, and if you're watching the YouTube comment, there's a comment section on the YouTube breakdown. Feel free if you've got any questions. We've got everyone here. You're a director of HF UK, so we've got Dr. Aziz, we've got Najm Khan floating around. We've got the directors here. Hayat is here, so any questions, put it on the comments on the YouTube, and we can get all those answered. So we'd like to thank Seven Seas Holidays, an independent travel agency who sponsored this little segment here. We talked about befriending, but we're also talking about donations as well. So, and I had one little question about the honey. We're going to talk about what's the difference between the runny honey and the soft set, but we'll come back to that a bit later on, because I think right now we're going to have a video about some of our beneficiaries. So I'll hand you back. Are we going to the studio? Apologies, my grey hair showing through here. We're going back to the studio to our friends Raza and Usman, who've had their feet up for the last 10 minutes. Isn't that right, chaps? That doesn't look like Raza and Usman.
And that is the orphanage being built by Uganda team, and it is funded by Humanity First Germany. This orphanage is located in the western part of our country, that is Uganda, in the Kabalole district in sub-country Kabende. According to the demography of our country, Uganda, around 12.3 of children are orphaned. And this is because there are a number of reasons as to why the number is as such. This is due to health reasons. Many parents do die It could be conflicts, it could be natural disaster, accidents, among others. So as a result, we find a number of children, one has lost his father or he lost both parents. So as such, they are left helpless, hence increasing the number of orphans we have in our country. Orphans in Uganda do face a number of problems. A child who has no parent, who has no guardian, is extremely vulnerable and underprivileged. As such, they're denied the right to acquire education. Not only the right to acquire education, but still they are faced with the challenges of being forced into child marriages. They get married at a very early age. Not only that, a child who has no parent, who has no guardian, they go to street and end up being street kids, they are street children, being exposed to criminalities. And the number of the crimes they get involved in to lead them to being put into juvenile detention centers. So this is a very common problem, and it's really a challenge which is faced by orphans in our country. So we hope by the establishment of this orphanage in this area, we pray that we shall be reducing the problem of orphans who are left helpless in our country. Yeah, this orphanage will be run by a team of volunteers. We have our team as Humanity First Uganda. I have a team I work with. We have the director of Orphan Care. He has his committee's team that will be running the day-to-day activities of the orphanage. I take this opportunity to thank His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Rasul Ahmad, the Khalifa of the Ahmadi Muslim community, may Allah be his helper, who graciously approved the establishment of this orphanage in this area. And also take this opportunity to thank Humanity First German, who are at the forefront of funding this project. So I call upon all possible and potential donors to come and help and fund this project, because it's still wanting. We believe we've done 30 or 40% of the work. More is still needed. So I humbly request our donors, anyone with the potential and with the ability to donate, such that we finish this noble cause.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Always remember that the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, the Prophet Messiah al-Islam, directed the members of the Jamaat on countless occasions towards serving others and towards fulfilling the needs and rights of mankind. On one occasion, the Prophet Messiah al-Islam said, Allah the Almighty repeatedly commands that irrespective of religion or ethnicity, you should show love and compassion to all people. He says, Allah commands us to feed the hungry, free those shackled in bondage, pay off the arrears of those mired in debt, shoulder the burdens of others, and fulfill the rights of sincere love owed to mankind.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
In many parts of sub-Saharan Africa, the heat, dusty environment and lack of sanitation and hygiene are contributing to increasing eye conditions and temporary blindness. Humanity First has developed 2 mobile eye surgery units in West Africa, covering Burkina Faso, Togo and Benin. We also work in partnerships in other parts of the world to provide free eye tests and, where required, free cataract surgery. In recent years, our Gift of Sight program has provided free cataract surgery for over 20,000 patients. Just £50 can provide life-changing eye surgery in Africa. You can change your life for the better with your generous donation.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, जज़ाकुमुल्लाह अहसन नाज़रीन, आप हमारे साथ हैं। और अगर आपके कोई ऐसे अहबाब फैमिली के जिनको आज के टेलीथॉन के बारे में नहीं पता, अगर आपके कोई ऐसे दोस्त हैं, कोई ऐसे पड़ोसी हैं जिनको इसके बारे में नहीं पता, तो आप ज़रूर उनको आज का लिंक भेजिएगा ताकि वो भी इस बाबरकत स्कीम में शामिल हो सकें। जिस तरह कि हम आज सुबह बता रहे थे और आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि आपके पैसों के साथ क्या क्या होता है, वो पैसा जाता कहाँ है, किस किस प्रोजेक्ट्स में उसको इस्तेमाल किया जाता है और कौन कौन सी बरकतों से वो लोग जो इससे मुस्तफ़ीज़ होते हैं, कौन कौन सी बरकतें उनको हासिल होती हैं। और इसी तरह सिर्फ उनको ही नहीं लेकिन हमें भी और आपको भी, अगर आप इन स्कीमों में शामिल होते हैं, आप इस स्कीम में पैसे डालते हैं, तो आपके पैसे की क्या जर्नी होती है, कहाँ तक जाता है और उस कौन कौन सी बरकतें हम भी हासिल करने वाले होते हैं। तो इसलिए एक बार फिर आपसे गुजारिश है कि आपके टेलीविज़न स्क्रीन्स पर तमाम वो इन्फॉर्मेशन जो आपको चाहिए वो आपके सामने है। 0300 561 0107 नंबर है, इसके ऊपर अगर आपने फ़ोन करना है तो फ़ोन करके आप दे सकते हैं। इसी तरह hfuk.org पर आप ऑनलाइन जाकर भी डोनेट कर सकते हैं। और जिस तरह कि हमने अभी छोटी छोटी क्लिप्स में देखा उस्मान साहब, 5 पाउंड के साथ क्या फ़र्क हम ला सकते हैं, क्या मदद हम कर सकते हैं एक फैमिली की, एक बच्चे की। और इसी तरह हमें जो बुज़ुर्गान अभी देखे कि जो आँख की सर्जरी है 5 पाउंड में, 10 पाउंड में, 15 पाउंड में, 25 पाउंड में, जो कि हमारे लिए अल्लाह ताला के फ़ज़ल से अल्लाह ताला ने बहुत हमारे भाइयों को और बहनों को यहाँ पर नवाजा है। और अगर हम उस पैसे में से हमारे जो दूसरे बहन भाई हैं और अगर वो अहमदी ना भी हों तो दूसरे जो हमारे इस दुनिया पर रहने वाले बहन भाई हैं उनको किस तरह उनकी हम मदद कर सकते हैं, तो क्यों हम इस नेमत से महरूम रहें। तो इसलिए बराए मेहरबानी आप ऑनलाइन जाएं, हमें फ़ोन करें, या अगर आप यहाँ पर मस्जिद बैत फतू के एरिया में रहते हैं तो ज़रूर नमाज के टाइम पर आइएगा और डोनेशन स्टेशन को ट्राई कीजिएगा अपने कार्ड के साथ, अपने कैश के साथ और इस तरह अपने फ़ोनों के साथ।
As Raza Saab just mentioned, please get involved. This is your telethon. Every penny can make a difference to someone's life. So please tell a friend to tell a friend. Call us. You can call us and donate. All of the details of how you can donate are on the screen as we speak. You can call us on 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561 0107. Or you can donate online by going to hfuk.org/donate. Now next, we're going to go back to our brothers in Uganda, and Brother Ismail is going to now talk on this project that we just saw the clip, but he's going to go into more detail of this project, which is Gift of Sight.
Thank you very much, our team from London studio, and we are back with another program that is a Gift of Sight. I'm still Ismail Nkutu, and in the studio here, I'm with Dr. Abdu Chwanuka, who is the Director Gift of Sight, Humanity First Uganda. Dr. Abdu, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
As you are well aware, in today's telethon, Humanity First is running a number of programs, and Gift of Sight happens to be one of those programs actually which are running in Uganda. Could you please tell us about the relevance of gift of sight in the country?
Thank you very much, Brother Isma. Humanity First being a charitable organization, and really we target, Humanity First targets those most vulnerable ones in our communities. And then when it comes to Africa, to the third world countries, not only in Africa, then it comes to Uganda. You know, when we talk about third world countries like the underdeveloped countries, but still these very countries have poorer communities. In Uganda we have about, you might find one region which has about only one health center, and this health center only has a medical officer. So that means that there are no specialists. And when it comes to eyes, we need the ophthalmologists, and these are specialists. And you will find that maybe in one regional referral hospital, a few specialists might be there, and these regional referral hospitals usually cover about 5 to 8 regions. So you can imagine those poorer communities where there are no transportation means. If they are very hard to reach out to these to the hospitals. So access to health care is limited, as you can is limited to the worst condition you can put it. So it is really a very great service that Humanity First does when it reaches out to these very most vulnerable ones in our communities who cannot even, because what happens that when it comes to the eye, very many people, it cannot only be me or you, very many people usually we don't give attention to our eye care. And you will find that a lot of these countries, especially in Uganda and the communities, that very few people really pay attention. We only wake up when maybe we've lost our sight. And when Humanity First comes up to avoid this, especially the surgeries we do, the cataract surgeries. These, you know, cataracts is avoidable blindness. By just a few surgeries, then someone can still be gifted back with their sight. So gift of sight is very, very important, and this project does far great benefit to our economic development of the societies.
So how is Humanity First responding to restore the sight of those visually impaired or those ones who don't have anything like eyes?
The project of Gift of Sight, right now, what we are doing in Uganda, what we've done so far, we cover from the mobile eye clinic, where we've, recently, at the start of this year, we went to eastern Uganda, far in the east in the Mbale region, and then we went to the rural area and we set up the screening camp. So the mobile eye clinic is catered for, because not only do we need surgeries when it comes to eye care, a number of people might only need a few medications. Some have infections, others have allergies. Then even the awareness is very, very crucial. You know, when someone is told you need to do like this, you need to treat your eyes like this, you need to avoid this and that, it improves their well-being. And then when it comes to screening, because basically we looked at cataracts, and we screened over 300 people in that village, giving them free medication, free health talks. And, you know, when you look at these people who take ages, and when it comes, because just imagine one health center taking over an entire about 3, 4, 5 districts. So you can imagine the queue. When you need to see a doctor, you need to be at the health facility by 6 a.m. The moment you come at around 8, you're likely not to see the doctor. And if you're lucky, you reach there when the doctor is even tired. So it will be just a walkover. So when you take this much desired health care to those people, it's a great service. So we screened about a number of them, and over 300, and then we identified 60 eyes for surgery. and we went back, we took them to the regional referral hospital in Mbale, and we operated successfully. And when you hear the stories of these people, these mothers and fathers and the children who are most likely going to lose their sight, one of our patient was a public servant, a lady who had lost her job simply because she was a teacher, but she couldn't see. So there's no way she was going to, you've been teaching because you could write on the blackboard. And now when you can no longer write, you can no longer read, you have no service. So she had lost her job. She tried to look out to see if they could work on her, and the charges were very high. You're having 1, 2, 3 ophthalmologists, so it becomes very hard. The costs will be very high because they have a lot of patients and the corruption is too high. So she had given up. And when she was very lucky that she had about Humanity First, came, and then we offered free service, free surgery, free medication.
I can imagine
and the words she could say, if you could listen to this woman, we had given back the entire lifetime of this woman and her entire family. So this is how far Humanity First, how far the service that Humanity First offers to our population through this one project of Gift of Sight.
So beside the cataract surgery, is there any other service which you do under Gift of Sight?
Yeah, when we do these camps and the mobile medical clinics, we find a number of eye complications. We look, one thing to clear, Humanity First has looked so much at on cataract surgery, like I said. Cataract is avoidable blindness. Other cases, it might be hard, like when you have glaucoma, your entire retina dries out and little can be done to save your eyes, especially if this condition is discovered late. But cataracts, no matter, it's very hard for you. It is something that is easily avoidable.
I wanted our viewers actually to get a bigger picture. What do you do more than cataract?
So when we go, because like I said, when you go and you stage a camp, you're not only going to see, this is why it is screening. So when we stage the camp and we take our information on the radios, we meet different community leaders, health leaders, hospitals, and the communities are made aware of the eye camp that is going to take place in their area. The people turn up in large numbers. So we have those having eye complications, we have those having infections, and with infections they can easily be given medication. And we go with that medication and we give them full prescriptions such that they completely take the medication, the different eye drops, until they cure. And then we even arrange for them fallbacks in case, because what we do, Humanity First does not only cover, because it is open service. So we have different doctors who volunteer and join the course. And then we have these follow-ups in case there are other complications. So when we look at the infections, we give them the medications. Then those who are having refractive errors, Humanity First gives them the glasses. Then those who would require surgery, then we go for the cataract surgery. And this is so far what Humanity First is doing, and any other complications that come up, if it is not handled with Humanity First, we offer the relevant medical advice to the patient.
I'm sorry that we are running out of time, but I just wanted one thing. You talked of the ginger, that you are going to have another program in ginger. So in just a few seconds, as we wind up because of time, to tell our viewers about that, the plan for that program.
Humanity First in Uganda is so far linking up with different regional referrals, because these are the areas where we find the theaters and a variety of people are used to this. This is where we are having the specialists. So Humanity First was in Mbale. This year we are looking at going to Jinja, such that people come. We want to go to Masaka, the different regional referrals, and people come, and then we still offer the same services to the different regions of the country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul. Actually, you've heard it from him. Is the director gift of sight, where actually they're trying to restore the sight of those people who are actually visually impaired, and actually many people have benefited from this program. So viewers there, you can be part of this to bring back the sight of those people who have actually been visually impaired. Your donation is very important if you do it. Actually, as I've told you earlier, the only two gifts which you open every morning, they are your eyes. So we appeal to you, wherever you are there, to donate to Humanity First, such that we continue with this humanitarian service of restoring the sight of the people. It has been a pleasure having you here on this presentation. Now we are back to London studio with our team.
Jazakallah, Brother Ismail, and as mentioned, all of your donations will make a difference. So please continue to donate. All of the details of how you can donate are on the screen. You can call us on 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561 0107. Or you can go online and donate hfuk.org/donate. Or, as has been mentioned before by Brother Kaleem and Brother Raza, that you can come to Beth Fatu if you are in the nearby area and just tap on the, I keep forgetting the name.
Donation station.
Donation station, that's the one, yep.
Now, what we've just heard Brother Ismail talk about, the gift of sight. Again, everything, if you put it into perspective. And it reminds me of a verse of the Holy Quran as well, Osman, in which Allah Ta'ala states that when everything is fine with us, we don't tend to think about God Almighty. Yeah. But once we are in a predicament, once we are, suffering in one way or another, that's when you see man going down into frustration. Yeah. And it shouldn't come to that point where once we're deprived of a blessing of God Almighty, that only then we should think of God Almighty. This is also one of the platforms where we know we have been blessed, we know we have these blessings, but at the same time we've seen it in the documentaries and in the talks that you've just heard, that there are so many people out there, and this can be avoided. It's not like a big thing, it can be avoided. So if we can contribute to that, if we can play our part to help someone to see.
Exactly.
To see.
Yeah.
Imagine.
You know while Brother Ismail was speaking, I just kept thinking of the scenario. Imagine like a mother or a father who, due to their eyesight issues, has never been able to see their children. And like a procedure like this, our donations that everyone is donating for this cause can actually enable someone to actually see. And that makes such a difference. But again, these are things that we take for granted because we can't relate to them. Yeah. But we have to put ourselves in their shoes. We have to kind of go out there and experience these things by actually spending time or hearing these people's stories so that we can actually understand and then open our hearts. Like we said, every penny counts. Please do donate. Tell a friend to tell a friend. You can do it. All the details are on the screen. I'll repeat them one more time. That's 0300 561 0107. Or you can go to our website online, hfuk.org/donate. Now next we are going to go to Palestine. So earlier on we spoke to Mahmoud Shahlabi, and he will now just present the medical aid that has been happening in Palestine.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Mahmoud Shalabi and I work for Medical Aid for Palestinians as a Senior Program Manager in their Gaza office. Throughout the last aggression on Gaza, which continued for 11 days, Medical Aid for Palestinians was one of the most active emergency respondents as ever in any other emergency. We were able to deliver urgently needed and life-saving drugs, disposables, and equipment. Without those items being able and provided to the Palestinians in Gaza Strip and the health system, many would have suffered fatal consequences as a result of the aggression and because of the blockade that has been imposed on Gaza for more than 14 years. The blockade means that there are scarce resources inside of Gaza Strip, and without the support of organizations and other people, such as Medical Aid for Palestinians, this means that there won't be much available medical supplies, drugs, and disposables for the benefit of the health system to be able to save lives as urgently as needed. In a nutshell, that's what we do in an emergency. We pre-position stock and we release it immediately when there is a mass casualty event, such as what happened in May of 2021. We also have a project related to zero stock, which is stock that is continuously unavailable inside the Ministry of Health. We procure those items urgently and provide them to the ministry. And we have other projects related to the emergency preparedness for the benefit of the health system inside of Gaza. It is with great pleasure that I tell you that Medical Aid for Palestinians has collaborated with Humanity Force during the 11 days of aggression on Gaza. This partnership included the provision of urgently needed emergency care items in terms of IV fluids that are needed inside of emergency departments, and also for trauma cases inside of the theaters of the Ministry of Health. Without those fluids, many lives would be at risk, either for mortalities or morbidities or long-term disabilities. In addition, as part of the continuous support that we provide the ministry and as part of the continuous needs for the health system for other vulnerable groups and other vulnerable people, the Ministry of Health communicated with us one day, letting us know that there was a dire need for items related to hemodialysis. Specifically, those are the kidney patients that need, to wash their kidneys on a daily basis. Some specific disposables were actually at zero stock. No items were found inside of the Ministry of Health, and they sent us an urgent email. We communicated immediately with Humanity First, and they immediately responded and provided us with the urgently needed fund, and we were able to actually procure the items and deliver them within 1 week or less to the Ministry of Health. Without these items, more than 100 patients would have actually suffered fatalities. They would have become, dead persons inside of Gaza Strip because of the lack of the disposables that were supposed to be provided as part of the hemodialysis process. The last bit that we collaborated with Humanity First was related to the oxygen cylinders. As part also of the aggression on Gaza, O2 cylinders or oxygen cylinders were in dire need by ambulances and by other, emergency providers. Those are cylinders that are used inside of ambulances and also at sites of demolitions and at the sites of airstrikes when you are trying to evacuate people from under the rubble and you are trying to provide them with an oxygen supply until you are able to extract them. The Ministry of Health was lacking a lot in terms of the oxygen supplies, and they communicated with Medical Aid for Palestinians, and in turn we communicated with Humanity First, who gratefully immediately responded and provided us with a huge fund to be able to procure oxygen cylinders for the benefit of the Ministry of Health. The O2 crisis was at its peak due to the fact that before the May crisis, there was a COVID-19 crisis. Yes, Gaza suffers from COVID-19 such as any other place. And COVID-19 patients require a lot of oxygen support and supply. This meant that the oxygen was focused inside of the hospitals, but there was a lack of oxygen cylinders for the emergency services and the pre-hospital, the ambulances. Those services suffered greatly. Without the support from Humanity First, without us being able to procure those oxygen cylinders swiftly, this meant that the pre-hospital services would have been jeopardized and would have been at a huge risk of being able to save lives during the 11 days of assault on Gaza. In terms of challenges faced by humanitarian workers inside of Gaza Strip, first of all, the first risk that I can think of is the risk on our lives. It is a great danger that we are not able to be provided with humanitarian, access and security and safety during the escalations and aggressions on Gaza Strip. For example, during one day in the 11 days of assault on Gaza, we have a warehouse near where I live in the north of Gaza Strip, and I wanted to go to the warehouse immediately to be able to release the pre-positioned stock that Medical Aid for Palestinians had stored in our warehouses, and those were emergency care related drugs and disposables. I went outside almost 8:30 a.m. and there was no one in the street. There were bombardments all over the place, and it was risky a lot. I was even told by my family that I was crazy, going to the warehouse at that time during the war on Gaza or the assault on Gaza. That's one thing. The other thing is the lack of humanitarian space in terms of occupation. So when your borders are controlled by an occupying force, this means that many of the drugs, many of the medical disposables and equipment are not available in the local market, which means that you have to procure them from an outside source. This means that you have to rely on the borders, and this means that you have to wait, and waiting is not good when it comes to provision of medical supplies and services in an immediate term. Other than that, there are many challenges on the ground, and those are constituted in also the higher prices. So, for example, during the COVID-19 crisis and still until this minute, there are huge prices against the market surveys that we are able to conduct. Sometimes the prices are 4 times or 5 times more. And this contributes, and this is contributed to by the taxes that are forced by the occupation at the crossings, the global, influx of COVID-19 injuries, and the fact that those emergency-related items are urgently needed by everyone else. Those are all factors that are hindering the work of humanitarians inside of Gaza Strip. But the most important one, as I started with, is the lack of safety and security for us to be able to provide the work that we need to do urgently. Sometimes we cannot do it because we fear for our safety and our security inside of Gaza Strip. My message to Humanity First donors is, first of all, thank you so much for being able to support this great organization. Humanity First is very flexible. I have had the pleasure of working with so many organizations and have had so many partnerships in the last couple of years, but let me tell you that the partnership with Humanity First is one of the smoothest and most, comfortable ones for medical aid for Palestinians in Gaza Strip. That being said, please continue supporting Humanity First. They are a great organization, and the partnership with Medical Aid for Palestinians is of great benefit to the health of Palestinians inside of Gaza Strip. Please keep supporting Humanity First. The needs are still humongous on the ground. You are talking about more than 40% of the essential drugs that are urgently needed to save lives that are non-existent inside of the market, inside of Gaza Strip, or at the stores of the Ministry of Health. This means that you need to be able to provide your donations for Humanity First so that we can procure those drugs for the urgently, vulnerable cases. Disposables also. We have shortages of up to 20 to 30% sometimes of medical disposables. For laboratory items, 69 to 65% of the laboratory items needed for urgently needed cases do not exist inside of Gaza Strip. And the list goes on in terms of equipment, in terms of oxygen supplies, in terms of other, great needs for the health system inside of Gaza. Without your support, we cannot continue to provide our work. So thank you so much for being able to continue supporting Humanity First. And please know that mountains are made of small pebbles, so every penny counts. Thank you so much. Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
That was Brother Mahmoud speaking on Humanity First, partnering up with the organization MAP to provide medical aid in Palestine. And as he said, the need is great, so our efforts in fundraising also need to match. So please do donate. Every penny counts. You can go online, all the details are on the screen. You can donate at hfuk.org/donate, or you can call us on 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561 0107. Now, I believe it as a sub. Our best part of this kind of talk is always saying, actually, we're now going to go to Brother Kaleem Edwards, who's in Tyrone. I can't wait to see what he's up to.
Kaleem Sahib.
Okay, so we've been told he's busy with calls, which is a good thing. That means people are donating, yes. And it means people are watching. And also, if you're new to the channel, then please do subscribe and like the video. You know, sometimes we don't realize, and even we're listening to this Brother Mahmoud speaking about the aid in Palestine, small things sometimes are required, but those small equipment, small things can make such a huge difference in actually successfully helping someone and successfully aiding someone when it comes to whatever medical emergency it might be. So, like we said, that's why we say, you know, every penny counts, because literally every penny, sometimes things cost very minimal, but it's required.
The expression that he used, that mountains are made of small pebbles, is very befitting. And also, along with donating, I believe it's also to pray for the volunteers who are sometimes even putting their lives on the line. As Brother Mahmoud was saying, that going into the Gaza Strip, it's also posing a security risk at times, but also the main thing is that the equipment that they need, that the facilities that they require, they just simply don't exist over there. So they have to take it to that area, they have to bring it from outside and take it into that area, and all of that can only be done if we donate generously. And I believe now we're going to go to Brother Kaleem. Assalamu alaikum, Kaleem Sahib.
Wa alaikum assalam, Raza. We're back in the giant cavern that is Tyre Hall. So thank you very much for joining us. We're refreshed. We've had a bit of light lunch and a bit of light Zohar prayer, so we're ready and charged to go. So we'd just like to shout out to our friends at EcoWell, who are working towards a sustainable tomorrow. EcoWell promotes social values as a responsible nationwide construction and engineering services company. So thank you, EcoWell, for the lovely water well that you've donated. So that's a great thing. Everyone should buy a water well at least once in their life. And if you have a small company, you can either sponsor a water well. We're going to have the donation station is yet to come back from Zohar prayer, but those donation stations, the electronic device, they're 450 quid. So you can have a company. If you've got a company, you could also do that as well. So that'd be good. Okay, so what we're going to do is going to wander over now to some of our call handlers here that are busy taking calls. Are you on a call here? So this is, I'm going to give, this is, do you want to stand up actually? So this is Yahya Mufti, he's our head of IT. You're lose the master, so far you're double vaccinated. We've all been tested here, so we're all very COVID secure, aren't we, Yahya? So today you're oh, and here's the donation station there, sort of off screen, but it's being turned back. So as an IT professional, you're happy that it's going to be plugged in. Yahya, what have you been up to today?
So we had a number of things happening in the background to set up and prepare for the telethon today. We've been working for a number of days, especially in the last week with the team. And today what we've been able to do, alhamdulillah, is to set up a call center, which is all set up, maintained and supported by all volunteers within HF UK IT team. So what we have is a voice over IP system today. All calls coming in are redirected to this call center. We record all the calls as well. We capture all the data. And this is all to support taking donations on the phone.
And it's all safe data. I know you're a rigorous chap here on the merits of looking after your data, because it's important, and GDPR and all that sort of stuff.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think the data of our donors and contributors who give us their trust, in the sense that they provide us all the information.
So they trust us with their money, they trust us with their data.
Absolutely. And as you know, data is money these days. So we have to make sure that all the data we keep is secure in a cloud system. Access to it is restricted. So all the data that comes through, either through calls, through website, everything is sitting behind the scenes in a CRM system. And we make sure as much as we can to keep it secure.
And so if a person wants to be kept in touch with projects, they're able to opt in or opt out of that. Because obviously they could just sit back and wait for the next Telecom 2022 and see what are updates. But, you know, that's the beauty of the CRM. We can actually reach out to them if they wish.
Absolutely. And I think this is one of the big benefits. We implemented the CRM system a few months ago, roughly about 9 months ago. And since then, we've seen that our bank of people who we can now communicate to directly with their consent is increasing. So whenever we talk to people, we encourage them to give us their consent so that we can keep in touch with them, provide them all the updates of the projects, not only just their donations, but other projects which come on time and time again. That's how we communicate with them.
And it's how we can analyse data. I mean, the donation station is back now. If we wander over, if we drag our cameraman over, and so, I mean, this is a kind of a new initiative, but they're 450 quid one of these machines to get up and running. It's a metal box with your connection in, and you can play. I mean, this will be something your CRM system will be taking data from, right?
Absolutely. So there are two back-end systems. One is obviously the finance system, so the transaction goes through it, and the detail of the person we keep and then communicate with them in the future as well. So that's how we keep all the stuff in one place.
For our late viewers, I'll just run through this again. So I've just unlocked my phone, and if I just tap it against a machine, I get a little beep, and then somewhere in the background, your CRM will go, oh, you know, because I'm registered. I mean, would it know that it's my telephone number, or it's not really?
No, I think this system is slightly different because we're just taking transactions at the moment.
Anonymous.
The anonymous transactions come in, but because we have the card, the last 4 digits of the card detail, if anyone wants to come in and communicate with us, we can always match that with the data that we already have.
Got it.
So they are back-end system to bring things together, but this is pretty much
replicates
anonymous.
the cash, which will be anonymous donation.
Exactly.
Right. So I mean, we talk about donation. I mean, no, you're not fundraising per se, but as every person that's ever donated to Humanity First, you're part of the team. You are part of fundraising. So alhamdulillah, we're blessed by lots of people doing that. I mean, you could argue that we're probably better with direct debits, where money comes in and there's a small fee will be taken by using this machine. So if you know, while these machines are good, we probably should ask for more.
Absolutely. We encourage everybody. I think small donations, but regular donation is what we always recommend as well. I know people sometimes with different disasters, unfortunately, in the world, we go out and ask for larger donations to help the needy. But on a regular basis, a lot of our projects need regular income, cash flow.
How can we plan otherwise?
Exactly. So we encourage everybody to, whatever they want to donate, £5, £2, £1 even, go onto our website, www.hfuk.org/donate, and you can see you can either donate one-off, or there's a monthly link as well where you go and set up a direct debit. So you just do it yourself whenever you can, whenever you have time. And you can do it straight away there. And that's how I think we encourage people to donate on a more regular basis.
I would say for those people that in the past may have got frustrated with the website, it used to be quite a lot of clicks, and we had a few people getting frustrated and this and that, but alhamdulillah, our fabulous IT team have resolved all of that, so it's much easier now, right?
Alhamdulillah, it is much smoother, much straightforward, much user-friendly, but also, as you know, we are always looking at improving it. So inshallah, we have some projects coming up with mobile apps.
I love that sound. Did you hear the sound of the phone ringing? That's great news.
So yes, more and more things to make life easy for our funding partners and donors to come in and donate as and when they can.
And the donation stations are great because at least if there's some money rattling in the bottom there, but generally, you know, more people are going towards that tape. You know, exactly. I haven't got my I don't have an iWatch, can't afford one, but you know, so that's the sort of thing that can, you know. If you're going to prayers or coming back from prayers, you say, well, as a one-off sadaqah, maybe you want to do that.
Absolutely.
But the direct debit. Have you tried the honey? We've had the human Hadiqatul Mahdi's.
Actually, I'm going to take a couple of them with me today.
Okay.
Now that I have.
Do you know the difference between the runny honey and the thicker honey?
The only difference I know is the one that I like, which is the runny honey, which is what I put into my tea as well.
Ah, right. So the thicker honey, it depends on the forage. So the bees will, in Hadiq al-Mahdi, during May, they may go to the hedgerows for hawthorn, which will generate a lighter honey. Or, if they're in April, they might generate oilseed rape, the yellow, you sometimes see the fields full of yellow, which is oilseed rape. That will generate a thicker honey.
Okay.
So it depends. It's still the same beautiful, sweet product. Pure filtered, and we've had a few phone calls. We've had quite a few phone calls about the honey, so I'm delighted to hear that. And obviously, we've got Ansar Ijtima next weekend, and so we're going to try our best to get the harvest. The harvest is now in from Hadiq al-Mahdi, so we'll try and get that out. So, and it's on the website.
It's on the website as well. You can go there, you can order it, and the orders come to you, and you manage all the logistics behind it. And I think this is lovely. I've tasted it before as well. As I said, I'm a keen tea drinker, and I use honey in my tea, so it tastes lovely.
Fabulous. Well, and thank you again for all your help on the CRM. I mean, everyone's got, wherever you put your data, it needs to be secure. And I have to say, I'm delighted, as a trustee, I'm delighted we've got an expert in the field looking after that data. So everyone must feel very confident that we're very rigorous. And I know Dr. Aziz is making sure that we as a team, and we're all volunteers.
Absolutely.
I mean, we might be IT professionals in our day job, but at the end of the day, we're doing this as volunteers with no money. And that's the beauty of Humanity First. It's all volunteers.
Absolutely, volunteers and really skilled volunteers. And a lot of people, obviously, we ask for donation. Monetary donation is key to running the charity like Humanity First. But a big part of running the charity is by volunteers coming in and providing their skills free of cost, which is amazing for IT and other teams as well. It's an amazing team, and we all work together. It's a team effort, and with prayers as well. That's the key thing for us.
Absolutely.
As well.
And obviously in COVID, we've had this difficult situation that we've coming, and we're slowly moving out of that, and then possibility will sort of travel a little bit. We'll resume. We're still not able to deliver the honey because it's in glass jars and it's a heavy thing, so we're unable to transport it via the post. But so apologies for those people that are in far off places. They contact me like, oh, I'm in the Hebrides. Please send it up by post. I'm afraid we don't do the post, but most people, alhamdulillah, are starting to come to Bedford, so we have that ability. So have you enjoyed the setup so far? I mean, these days people are phoning less. Would you say, is it people are more savvy IT-wise?
I think there are different types of donors out there. Some people would like to have a person talking to them, and today I think, alhamdulillah, the calls are going up. At the start there were few, but in the last few hours the call numbers have gone up, and we're expecting more calls to come in as the day goes by. So yeah, I think we're making it easy for everybody. People who want to call in, have a chat about our projects as well.
And if you've got any questions, you can call them, or you can go on that YouTube. I think if you're watching on the YouTube link, you can say some comments. So by all means, comment on how our grey hair looks. Are you 1 year old or not? Or if you've got any questions on the honey or any of the project, like I say, we're open. We're really, really open on new ideas and new volunteers and your donations of money, which hopefully the donation number will be coming up on the screen here. But it's 0300 561 0107. So I'd like to thank EcoWell, who are working towards a sustainable tomorrow. EcoWell promotes social values as a responsible nationwide construction and engineering services company, and shout out to them because they've donated a lovely water well. So, Jazakallah, thank you very much. So I think we're now going to a video. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
A learner should have what they call a Parkins Braille machine. So this is a machine they use for writing, for making their notes. And they are not easily available in the country. So these things are imported and they're expensive. One machine now costs around 3 million Uganda shilling, which a parent or a student alone may not be able to buy. Then in addition to that, this machine uses Braille, what they call Braille paper, for a child to write, to make notes. So we use paper, which paper is also not easy to get. Expensive. A school, there's no nearby shop here which does that operation, given that we are few and the market demand is low. So most businessmen are not ventured in that. So instead we buy these materials in Kampala, which is a good distance from here. And it is a big challenge to us. Now, about in 2018, we received a donation or support from Humanity First Uganda. By the time they came in, we were actually in a critical need of paper. And we thank the organization for the support you gave us. The Braille paper, the balls, came in at the right time. And it relieved the school from expenditure of buying paper, apart from other needs. So we thank the organization for the support, and we encourage you to continue supporting us, and if still you can, you are most welcome to continue supporting us.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Irrespective of the cause of the suffering, if we claim to be true Muslims, it is our obligation and paramount duty to assist all people who are facing difficulties and to strive to alleviate their pain and distress. Our religion of Islam has taught us two overarching means of serving mankind. The first way is to bring people towards their Creator and to inspire them towards fulfilling His rights. Accordingly, it is the duty of every true Muslim to try to bridge the rift and void that is growing between humanity and Allah the Almighty. The second primary means of serving mankind is to help people in their time of need and to utilize whatever resources are available in order to bring ease and comfort to those who are deprived or facing trials and tribulations.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
When you think of school, what do you think of? Books? Computers? Blackboards? Whiteboards? How about a building with walls and windows? The fact is, when you think of a school, this is not the picture in your mind. Some schools don't have books, computers, blackboards, whiteboards, or even walls. Over 200 million children can't even go to school. Transforming classrooms with books, equipment, and vibrant environments, and even building schools. Humanity First has built 34 schools because education is the only way to break the cycle of poverty. Providing opportunities to children that have none. Give a child a chance at life.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
And welcome back to the studios here at the 2021 Humanity First Telethon. Now, if you have just joined, we would like to welcome you to this year's Telethon. If you have been following and watching, then thank you very much for Jazakallah for staying with us. So there's a few more clips and a few more documentaries and a few more projects that we want to introduce to you. So do make sure that you do stay tuned. If you haven't shared today's link with your friends and with your family, then please do make sure that you do send it around the world. Even if you haven't spoken to them in a while, it doesn't matter. Send that link out so that they can also be part of the blessings for Humanity First and all the projects involved with that. Now, if you do want to get involved, go to hfuk.org/donate. You can also give us a call on 0300 561 0107, and our brothers here and the volunteers in the call center, as we've seen from Kaleem Sahib, they're eagerly waiting for your calls and they're ready to accept. And if you are in the Batfatu area, the donation station is here to accept your donations in person.
Next, now we're going to travel all the way to Ghana, and our brother Ibrahim Saab will now speak more on the school projects that Humanity First are undertaking.
Welcome back again to Ghana. We are here at the Wahab Adams Studios in Accra, coming to you with the Humanity First HF 2021 Telethon. With me this time to talk about education is no other than Hanif Bipua. He is the Ashanti Regional Representative of Humanity First Ghana. Hanif, welcome.
Thank you.
Coming all the way from Kumasi, Ashanti region to join us here in Accra to participate in this Humanity First Telethon 2021. Tell us, why is it so important, Hanif, for Humanity First to support education in Ghana?
Thank you, and it's a privilege to be with you. And thank you for that question. Issues about education in Ghana are very crucial, and the education sector is one of the most important sectors in our national development. Ghana has been a long way coming as far as education is concerned, and particularly since the last 3 decades that we had our 1992 Constitution, the policy for education has been free, compulsory, universal basic education. And in recent times, even secondary school education is free. So then, it has become a huge deal when it comes to resources for the infrastructural development, for developing the human resource, and even teaching and learning materials for our educational institutions. So this has been a huge burden for the government, particularly putting into context of a lower middle income country emerging from poverty. So it's been a burden on the national budget, considering the fact that revenues are not so good and the country has to go into huge international debts from IMF and other multinational sources. So yes, Humanity First has a role to play, and everybody has a role to play in the education sector in Ghana. Otherwise, it may not be work done.
Otherwise, it may not be work done. Hanif, what are the challenges at stake? Why does Humanity First even have education as a focal area to support in Ghana?
Great question. So when you look at Ghana currently, education is not so bad in the cities particularly. But as you travel into the hinterlands and the less deprived communities in the villages, away from the cities, then you find that education is not really getting to the villages where access is very poor. So you find out that the road infrastructure is very poor, and even the educational authorities of the state, Ghana Education Service, sometimes are unable to even get to certain villages. So because there are so many villages with large populations of youth without any educational facilities around, Humanity First has realized the need to go into these hinterlands and provide for them school or educational facilities so that the youth there can also attain some education, which is a basic right for every human being on earth. And that is why education has been one of the thematic areas for Humanity First in Ghana.
Any examples of such educational projects that Humanity First has carried out so far in Ghana, and in particular in the last 1 year?
Yes. So in the last 1 year, as you say, in the year under review, Humanity First has done, we've completed 1 school in Wangao with teachers' living quarters. We are also in the process, we are at the lintel level in Kokong, another school, and we have finished with the school in Walewale. And all these places are in the northeast region. This is a new region that was created a couple of years ago in Ghana. Hence the need to focus there because there are more deprived communities there. So yes, we've delivered 2 schools and 1 is still in progress in the year under review.
Talking about cost, in terms of monetary terms, i.e. dollars or so, how much on the average will you say each of these schools completed by Humanity First costs?
Yes, so
to give our viewers the perspective, the correct perspective.
Yes, so when you look at our school buildings, we try to do low-cost buildings, but of a good standard. Now, if you take a standard block, about 6-unit classroom block, you may be talking about some $40,000. And if you take our makeshift structures that are used for quick fixes, it may just be about perhaps $2,000 for makeshift. So, but we don't want to do makeshifts. We want to build real structures.
Yeah, but most makeshifts may tend to be death traps, but better than nothing.
Yes, yes, certainly. These makeshift structures sometimes become very necessary in times of disaster. So there is one of our schools in Ashanti region in Subonta, if I remember well, where the students couldn't sit in the classroom whenever it was raining. So we had to go in quickly and put in place a pavilion, a shed, well roofed, so that the final years in the junior high school could complete their school hours for the examination, the WAEC examination. It costed us about $2,000 to erect that. So under that circumstance, that quick fix was necessary, you know. Yes.
That quick fix was necessary, providing quality education for all by Humanity First here in Ghana. And coming to you live from Wahab Adam Studios in Accra, we are talking about Humanity First activities and with specific reference to education. With me has been Hanif Bipua, who is the Ashanti Regional representative of Humanity First Ghana. Please do send through your donations to the mobile money, Momo as we call it here in Ghana, on your screen, as well as the merchant number on the screen, and also through the international platforms available scrolling on the screen. Every bit you send, every peswa, every penny, every pence do count. Hanif, wrapping up about education, why do you think we should focus more now? And why is Humanity First so eager? Where do you want to take the education?
Yes, so Humanity First, as a humanitarian organization, we want all people to be treated equally on earth. And also we do know that education for the child is one of the most important ways of improving the livelihoods of people. Particularly in Ghana, we have a lot of villages where the children do not have access to education. And education, we know, as a nation, is the sure means of getting out of poverty, reducing insecurity, and the situation of conflicts in some of the areas, reducing that kind of poverty that pushes people to move from the villages to the cities, the rural-urban migration, and its attendant challenges that come with that. So Humanity First has gone into this area because we find that there is more equity in serving the people when we go to deliver education to them in the villages, and particularly to the youth and to the children.
One big challenge about charities, people are very concerned and they do complain that when they send money, majority or a good part or portion of that money goes into administrative costs. Is that the same with Humanity First?
So that is the unique thing about Humanity First, and that is not the case indeed, as you ask. Humanity First is volunteerism. I am a volunteer. I am not put on any form of stipend, except, of course, the operational cost. So then you have a very little amount of the money going into administrative cost when it becomes necessary. But our volunteers are mostly people who sink in money into the donations themselves. So Humanity First gets maximum return for the donations that are made, for the charity, the monies that come to us. We make maximum
every pound,
input.
Every CD donated to Humanity First literally goes
It goes into delivering education to the poor person. It goes into the buildings, it goes to teaching and learning materials, it goes to teaching or preparing the human resource that
it doesn't go into
children.
Paying you any salary?
Not at all. Not at all, my brother.
So what motivates you to volunteer for Humanity First then? If you're not getting any salary, and if the vast majority of volunteers are not getting salary from the donations, what is the motivation?
So yes, Humanity First obviously is a brainchild of the Ahmadiyya religious sect. And when you study it carefully, even though it's not an organization run for Ahmadis, it's run for every manner of persons on earth, you notice that that altruism, that honest
belief in service to humanity, because it's part of Islam, is the underlying factor behind Humanity First creation. And that is the modus operandi of Humanity First: serving the people, serving mankind. Serving the people, serving mankind, says Hanif Bipua, who is the Ashanti Regional Representative of Humanity First here in Ghana. And we are coming to you from the Wahab Adam Studios in Ghana. I remain your host, Ibrahim K. Asante. Please do keep your donations coming through to the number on the screen, the mobile money number, the Momo number on the screen. If you are here with us in Ghana, or the merchant number, or if you are international, please keep donating through the international platforms, and contact also on the screen. Do not change your dial. Stay with us. And you can also visit us at www.humanityfirst.org. Thank you so much for donating to help solve the educational issues here in Ghana and around the world. Thank you.
Jazakumullah Asnalza to Ibrahim Asante Sahib for that wonderful interview with Mr. Bipua, the regional manager. And as you've heard, there's so many projects happening at the moment, and we are urging you again, pull out your phones, open up your laptops, pick up the phone and give us a call. 0300 561 0107. Go to hfuk.org, go /donate. You can donate 5, 10, 15, 20, 1,000 by all means. No one's going to stop you. And you can also set up a monthly payment, a standing order to make sure that you throughout the year are part of the blessings attached to Humanity First.
It was interesting listening to the brothers in Ghana because education is something that we can all relate to. We all know the importance of education. Every time there's an issue we see, actually, we need to be educated in this to resolve this issue. And the basic education, if we can provide a child, it can generally, sincerely change their life and change their futures for the better. Yeah, school is a must. And this is something as parents, as siblings, everyone knows the benefit of a school, so please do donate. I believe now we're going to go back to the Tahirol and see what is happening with Guinea-Bissau.
Which is a very hot topic for all of us, for educating the children, and also future doctors. And talking of doctors, I've got Dr. Hamad Khan with us, who's been educating medics in Gambia. But before we go with that, I've got an important message. Our friends Seven Seas Holidays, an independent travel agency based in London, offering everything from city breaks to cruises, are sponsoring this little segment.
Oh, that's fantastic. I wonder if they'll sponsor our next trip to the Gambia.
Well, exactly. It could be. And what do you do in
yeah.
Gambia then? Let's talk about that.
Well, okay, let's talk about Gambia. So, by the grace of God, Humanity First medical team has been involved in medical development work in the Gambia for the last 6 or 7 years. The work that we've been able to do there has been really important for the health services in the Gambia. So we could go out there and we could, for instance, run a little camp.
Be white saviours or brown saviours.
Yeah, exactly. And then, be there for a
maybe
week.
We used to do that.
And disappear. Yeah, absolutely. An old model of doing things. But now we tend to look at things in the round. And when I go there, I think I identify the people who are the people on the planet on the ground doing the work, and think, how can I support them? How can I help them? How can I empower them? And how can I free them from the restraints of the system, which is often the challenge. So it's a sort of a systems approach, a broader approach to how we
do you bring anything back to your practice in the UK?
In terms of huge amount. So we often talk about this sort of phenomenon of burnout within NHS staff, and working in the NHS is tough. It takes its toll. Every single person that I've taken with me from the UK, whether it's a doctor or a nurse, has just come back and they've said, it has given them so much personally that it's really recharged their batteries. It's really given them a new approach to their everyday work as well as to the work that they're doing as part of Humanity First. And also it gives you a different perspective on things. It helps you to realise that actually there are different ways of doing things. We don't always have to be stuck in the same old routine, the same old way of doing things.
And one thing I do like about Dr. Hamad and his team, you know, often you'll go with, we're trying to get, bubbles are a problem, or not a problem, but you know, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Association is fabulous, but we do try and, it's important that we spread the message about Ahmadiyya Muslim Association, but also Humanity First, and I think your department does that fabulously. Is it majority are people of not of a faith, would you say?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct, and our purpose is to be able to serve the requirements of the people on the ground. So Humanity First, founded by the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, directed by Huzur, the worldwide head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, on principles of humanitarian need. Those are the principles. And anyone can sign up to those principles.
And to help and to receive.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. And so our approach very much is that. We're not there to help members of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. We are there to help anyone that needs it. And we're willing to take anyone that wants to help.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting as well, but because you go there, you know, you're a paediatric, you know, like specialist, but we've a lovely picture of our friend the dentist with his giant toothbrush, you know, and there's all sorts in there. So I think that we're really sort of, it's a delightful thing to help. And I think, have you not had sort of, you know, the head of Gambia has already given you a sort of certificate. You know, you've got real top-level appreciation.
No, I think that, and this is another one of the things that we've been able to do very, very well, and it's you know, it's not through any effort of our own, but by having a sustained presence, by going again and again and again, by building relationships with people on the ground, as well as with our local Humanity First teams. What we've been able to do is to raise the profile of Humanity First to the level where people in government know who we are, where the president knows who we are, where the president's wife knows who we are. And, you know, we've got
that happens in Canada. I don't know whether it happens here.
Yeah,
where maybe Lord Armor's be on shortly. I think it's important there.
But that patronage actually becomes important. It's not just about a photo opportunity or, you know, or a nice tweet. It really is about being able to make a big impact. And at the end of the day, that's the thing. Anything that we can do within reason, anything that we can do that is going to help that child that needs that medical service, you know, that elderly person that needs their vision sorted, you know, that poor woman in childbirth who, for the want of some simple procedure, might die.
Yeah.
And this is an unfortunate reality in many countries.
And with COVID, obviously, you know, you haven't been for last year. You weren't able to go this year. I mean, you're looking forward to next year, God willing?
We are, well, we are looking forward to this year, actually. We're hoping to be able to go at the end of this year. Absolutely, absolutely. So I think there have been lots of reasons why we haven't been able to go, combined with the effect of COVID in this country and in those countries, unfortunately. And it has meant, from a safety point of view and from a logistical point of view, it's not been possible. But we've continued to support them on the ground. We've continued to do what we can in terms of teaching remotely.
I know in the past, you know, Gambia, we've got a stronghold there.
Yes,
and
yes.
You'd like to do, because obviously HF UK looks after a number of countries. Who's next on the list?
So,
or is that one of the challenges to try?
Well, no. I think we've identified already. We've got a number of partner countries that we work with, but we're hoping to get trips out to Ghana and Uganda, Guinea-Bissau and Guinea-Conakry within the next year. And that's our hope. But in order to be able to achieve that, in order to be able to support that work, we need people to donate.
Exactly. And possibly even this donation machine. I know
this is fantastic. I'm going to have a go.
We're going to have a go. Feel free to have another have a go. It's just that we've tried. And you're. And this is the Apple phone. Let's just double check that Apple Pay works.
Yeah.
Thank you for your donation. So you can hear the ching-ching noise.
Yes.
That should be safe.
My phone is a bit lighter now.
Hamad's doing fabulous, because he also bought a couple of these marvellous Hadika Dolmati honey as well.
My kids love it. Yeah, it's great.
Your sweetness personified. Yeah. So, but I mean, Ivory Coast we're building a hospital there. Again, we need to rattle the tin. We need to get the reverse ATM working to help us with that. I mean, is that a place that you would do medical training, or is that more of?
So again, this has got to be about the broad approach. Ivory Coast, we are building a massive complex, a big hospital. But a hospital isn't enough. A building isn't enough.
Yeah.
So you have to think about this in much broader terms. And so in order to be able to really have an impact on health services and access to health, and that's the big thing. You know, have health services. People can't afford it. It's pointless. So it's got to be affordable. You've got to have trained staff, doctors and nurses and physiotherapists and radiologists and lab technicians, and the list goes on. You've got to have all of those people on the ground. They've got to have the right ethos, the equipment, the medicines that they need. It's a long list.
What for Yarzi and things, those sort of temporary dedications. I mean, my sons both did a month out in Gambia, and that's took one of the sons onto medicine. And is that something you'd urge for 15, 16, 17-year-old people within our community that are watching, thinking, what am I going to do with my life?
No, absolutely. It's life-changing, I have to say. And I think your son's probably found that as well. It is life-changing, just going out and seeing the contrast in terms of life here and what we have, what we don't realise that we have, and life there in many of these countries where people unfortunately live hand-to-mouth, who don't have the access to education or healthcare in the way that we take for granted in this country, and yet are still incredibly grateful, incredibly happy. But anything that we can do to improve their lives and to make a difference and to empower them to become the leaders of the future in their communities, and for that snowball effect to happen.
I mean, obviously, we lost your cousin recently, Saad Ali, passed away. It was martyred, in the service of Muslim division Ahmadiyya.
Yes.
Is that a worry that maybe, worried Western parents wouldn't want to send little Johnny out to, or little son out to there? What would you say about that?
I think I would say two things to that. One, that it's a very rare occurrence that something like that should happen.
Yeah.
And I think that everyone that I've spoken to that's familiar with Ghana was surprised that it had happened. But the second thing that I would say is that life is full of risk.
Yeah.
Life is intrinsically risky. And the question that you have to ask yourself, if you're crossing the road to get to a McDonald's and you get run over by a bus, as opposed to if you're going out to do something amazing, and that should lead to some injury or, God forbid, something else,
your heart should fill and explode,
No, absolutely. That is the question is what were you doing? What were you striving to do?
What was your intention?
Absolutely.
And I think that's
absolutely.
I'm sorry to break that, but I just think it's important that in the past people are always scared. I mean, I think that sometimes I see Asian mothers mollycoddle their little boy, and spoon feed them as much. And that's why I'm very urge people to break out that bubble and push themselves.
Absolutely. No, I completely agree with that. And I think that there are huge opportunities to help, but also opportunities for individuals to develop. And I think that they should take that up.
Right, well, thank you very much, Dr. Hamad. Brilliant work of the medical director and all their teams. So all power to them, and don't forget to keep your donations flowing through. Again, thanks to Seven Seas, forgive me, let me just power up the laptop. Seven Seas Holidays, an independent travel agency in London who are sponsoring that little segment. So thanks to them. Now, we're going to have a little video. Thank you very much. Jazakallah.
We will strive to prepare our children for the future. One of the most powerful tools available to achieve this is education. Education creates opportunities that can give children hope where there may be none. Yet, even today, over 260 million children across the globe do not have access to any form of schooling. Humanity First is trying to change this by building primary and secondary schools across the world, by giving children scholarships to some of the most highly regarded schools in several countries, and by providing books, stationery and equipment, and transforming spaces into vibrant, safe and clean learning environments. Education should not be a privilege. Every child has the right to learn, to laugh and to hope. Humanity First, serving mankind.
इसी तरह ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट भी मुख्तलिफ़ किस्म की खिदमत खल्क़ के काम कर रही है, जिनमें खुराक, पानी, तालीम, इलाज और दूसरे काम जैसे ज़लज़लों और तूफ़ानों वगैरह में हंगामी काम करना शामिल है। ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट में भी जमात के अफराद एक जज्बे से काम करते हैं और वही काम जो दूसरी तंजीमें लाखों खर्च करके करती हैं, ये हज़ारों में कर देते हैं। हमारे वॉलंटियर वहाँ जाते हैं। बस एक हिस्सा जमात का माली लिहाज से भी और अफरादी क़ुव्वत के लिहाज से भी रज़ाकाना तौर पर अपनी खिदमात पेश करके ये काम करते हैं। दूसरों को भी चाहिए, बहुत से ऐसे हैं जो इस कार खैर में हिस्सा नहीं लेते, उनको भी चाहिए कि जैसा कि मैंने कहा अपनी खुशी के मौके पर इन नेक कामों में अल्लाह ताला की रज़ा के लिए हिस्सा लें। और हकीकत में इससे जो खुशी आपको इसकी आदत पड़ जाने के बाद होगी, वो इन आर्जी खुशियों से कहीं ज़्यादा होगी।
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuhu. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We just heard from His Holiness the Caliph of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community about the spirit of service within the charitable sector. So now I have with me our special guest. I have Lord Ahmed of Wimbledon, Minister for Southeast Asia and the Commonwealth. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Pleasure.
Number of questions, if we may. We wanted to take the opportunity to ask a number of matters that with your portfolio. If I can start, recently at the UN High Political Forum just in July, you talked about the Sustainable Development Goals. And you mentioned, if I can quote, you said local, regional, national governments, businesses and civil society, individuals, wherever you are, we all have our part to play in establishing the SDGs. Can I ask what role do you see, firstly for government and secondly for the humanitarian sector?
Of course, I mean, it's interesting. We've had segue straight in from the words of His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad Sahib, and in addressing the congregation, he was just talking about it's everyone's responsibility. Whether you're an individual thinking about it, don't think, act. And that applies as much to governments as it does to any regional coordination committee or indeed to any individual or community organisation that may be operating. From a government perspective, of course, we're involved in ensuring that the strategy is in place. So, for example, we often talk about these SDGs. To the average person, what is an SDG? They were set on a sort of combined agenda about how, as a world community, we could come together by 2030 to achieve certain standards in ensuring, for example, SDG 1 on addressing particular issues, on poverty, issues of famine as well within SDG 2. You know, there are others as well. SDG 13, quite topical in terms of climate change. Now, in all of this, everyone has a role, whether it's a government setting an agenda or an individual ensuring that they recycle more effectively when it comes to an SDG. But you're playing your part in supporting organisations like Humanity First, in ensuring that, you know, if you have organisations and structures in place, we need to leverage them. And in Humanity First, and again in His Holiness words, we have an organisation which is very lean in terms of its administrative structures, and rightly so, that every penny raised through charitable causes goes to the person who needs it most. And the SDGs are very much intended in that spirit to ensure across a plethora of areas that we work together, from governments to the international community, to national governments, to regional governments, as I said when I addressed the UN Political Forum, but also that they can only be effective if local organisations are enacted. And of course, we need people to be fully involved.
Thank you very much. And if I can go on to a linked question, you set up the Faith in Development round table, and we've been quite honoured to be part of that with some very like-minded NGOs. Can I ask what role you actually foresaw or foresee for faith-inspired charities within the humanitarian sector?
To answer that very simply, it wasn't that long ago I myself used to host a programme on this very channel called Faith Matters. And that's the essence of it. When you look around the world, that inspires people. Faith drives people into action, motivation. And there are many. I'm very much involved in the situation around Afghanistan and the tragic situation unfolding then. And whilst there may be a lot of noise which is created, in terms of what fundamentals are in place, how we're working with some incredibly courageous people, but in the midst of all of that, there are some phenomenal faith charities, faith groups that we're working hand in glove with to ensure that we can really deliver upon what is a challenging situation, but continue to support people also within Afghanistan, not just those seeking to leave. And that's a live example. But I can quote other situations around the world, such as the tragedy in Syria, the continuing conflict in Yemen. And there, yes, through the United Nations, but equally faith groups, faith charities, and organizations such as Humanity First across every faith group. Recently, I was speaking to Peter Mauer, who leads the ICRC in Geneva. And what was that conversation about? How we can deliver, whilst they retain particular networks within Afghanistan, these faith institutions act as conduits to deliver support and aid to those most in need. So having faith at the center of what we do is something that motivates me. I assure you, Dr. Aziz, there have many moments where you think, as a policy maker, as a minister involved in supporting or advising on decisions, that there are times you come across some real pretty hard brick walls. And as I said at the start of what I was saying, it's at that point your faith matters. Lift your hands in prayer. God, it's up to God, and inshallah, God willing, as we often say, it will happen.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. You spoke about the UN, and I want to ask maybe termed a sensitive question. You addressed the UN recently, and you spoke quite frankly, and you said we must also acknowledge that the United Nations needs to adapt and reform in order to respond. How successful do you think the UN has been as a humanitarian actor and a coordinator across the world?
Well, let's go back in recent history. When the UN was set up 75 years ago, and here in the United Kingdom we've got a special place because the first meeting of the UN took place right here in the UK in London. 75 years on, what was the primary role of the United Nations? It came in the aftermath of the Second World War. We had previous attempts such as the League of Nations, which had failed. Yet, if you look at the ultimate purpose of the United Nations, which was to keep global peace, of course we've had conflicts and wars, but having the level of world wars that were experienced both in 1919 and then again those that started in 1939, it hasn't been the case. So that primary objective, I would argue, not without challenge, has been achieved. Now, within that context, the United Nations family and its different organizations have grown over the years. And it's right that along with its conflict resolution, along with peacekeeping, it also looks at an important element, which is humanitarian support, but also looking at development needs. Humanitarian support in a crisis or in resolving a conflict is the first step. Where you make a real difference is when you invest in development. And we as a country in the United Kingdom have done exactly that. But through our support of the UN's aims, I think we are achieving a great deal. The UN, as I've already illustrated, often has a reach where governments cannot. It's palatable to those warring sides in many conflict areas that we often see the blue flag of the UN going in first. Why? Because there's a recognition that there's a neutrality to what it's seeking to do. There's no political agenda. What it's seeking to do ultimately in its cause is deliver upon its humanitarian objectives and development needs. So I think whilst it's not with need, I think there's some fundamental reforms. Do we need the plethora of agencies that we currently have? Question. Secondly, how can member states be more effective? And finally, and I suppose it involves in all organizations, whether you're a government or a humanitarian agency, whether you're the UN, you know, the old adage of less talking, more action applies as much to the UN as it does to any national government or any organization in this sphere.
Final question, if I may. It's a sensitive question for the humanitarian world. We all know that there's an increasing awareness now across the world about sexual violence, sadly, within the aid sector, and there's been things that are quite high profile. And this is an area that you're responsible for in terms of trying to prevent sexual violence. What do you feel is the responsibility for the aid sector in trying to address and combat this serious issue?
It's a very valid question, and let's take any conflict zone around the world. A vulnerable individual, often young girls and women, but young men as well, have been through conflict. They've seen war, they've lost their homes, they've lost their livelihoods, they've lost their families. And at that point, when there's an intervention or a support from the UN, it's important the intervening agencies are there to bring hope. So as they see the blue berets of the UN, that there's some solace in what is an unfolding tragedy. And it's important that those who go in to help have impeccable credentials. They cannot, and it cannot be tolerated that we see any individual, let alone any part of that particular machinery in terms of its response, not fulfilling its obligations to help people, not having humanity at the center of its work. So it's right, there have been instances, but they've been investigated, addressed. I think there needs to be more investment in training, but also there's a key element within all of this, which is one of personal responsibility. I feel very strongly that whether we're talking about peacekeepers going in terms of their ability to bring or keep two warring sides separate, whether it's people going in the front line to help a victim of war, to help a victim of sexual conflict, where we've seen sexual violence actually being used and weaponized as a particular tool of war, that they go in to provide the compassion, the support, the pastoral care that's needed at that time, not to commit and add to the challenges that that victim or survivor is facing. Therefore, we must have the highest level of credentials in our interventions. But equally, one other thing in all of this, which is very clear to me, is that when we go into support, we also need to look at the who. Quite often, if you're suddenly been through a war where you've seen rival soldiers, men often, carrying weapons, heavy artillery, the last thing you want to see is more men with weapons. So that's why we've invested a great deal. Well, there's the ELSA initiative, for example, that we support with Canada within the UN, which has invested quite specifically in women peacekeepers. I've also led and been one of the leading voice, and I'm proud of it, in my advocacy for women mediators. You know, often we're told in all walks of life, where's the evidence? Well, the evidence supports. That's when women are part of a mediation, when women are part of conflict resolution, that negotiation, that agreement lasts far longer when it's just men round a table. So I think, again, it's not just talking about it, it's making it happen. And across the UN family, we've got these incredibly talented, exceptionally experienced, knowledgeable women who are waiting to play that role. And I hope, inshallah, they get to do so, because I think that will help us tackle many of the challenges we're currently facing.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking your valuable time. I know we were speaking earlier, you've been back across the world in very important meetings, and to take your time out to address some of these really important matters for us and for the global humanitarian family. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us today.
No, it's a real pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take you back now to our next section, and studio will take us straight there. Thank you very much.
Amaina gange bande tabaddala kadeku ngamba okusokera nebaza Humanity First olwotwiruukirira ni program yayo gye bayeta Food for Village nti basobola otukumakuma batuwa empando d'ebigogo. Ndikusuubira nti muveema lwa myezi ng'ena ndakuba nsobola okubaako n'emitwalo 40 mu nsawo. Kuba ebigogo byangu byakulabira bizira ino leba nti njadi sansanya nga buva mu matooke muno kida kunsobozesa okuextendinga okwongera kwa akataka era nongera okugaziya olusuku luno oba oli awo in future abaana nige banatuuka ku campus ndakuba nsobola obawanirira nga ndi kuva mu lusuku.
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon. My name is Mashuk Jallo. I'm from Guinea-Bissau, as you can see. So we are much thankful in Guinea-Bissau, especially here in Cassini, to receive the Humanity First team. This medical camp have been useful for our community because we have been staying here almost for 5, 7, 8 years almost. We have without seeing a doctor or any specialist who can diagnose our disease that we have been suffering throughout here. Some people travel from over 24 kilometers by foot to come and attend, to come and have treatment into this Humanity First camp. And some people cross the river, and you can see that the number of people that came across all towns across this Cassini area, and they have been get this beneficial, and they have been treated by true love and patience with Humanity First activities that we have here. So we are very thankful for them.
Tubaire nga tusona maize mu bidiba bitategerekeka nga tunywa maize machafu ne tubebalya ino kibitangole kya Humanity First outwirukirira outuyamba amaize gano outuyamba nga tuli kukozesa tuti nga muwona abantu baizire okusenaka maizi tube tuli wundino tunywa kunaikonta n'abantu abeera nga omutwalo mulamba n'ekintu kuba eseera eno nena okusimba omwomu n'abantu baba bangina baize ano kunywa maizi kuno tetuliswenkani lwakuba abantu abamu bali mu mirimo limo noba manaisa bamu bafiirirwa engulu eyo ngati ano tuli ano kibiiryo era tubeebalya ino olw'obuyambi olwo tutaka era mweyongera otuyamba kuba abantu tuli bangi kine kidiba kimwe tikitumala kitaka mutwirukire era temutuyambeko ekintu ekindi oba omumaiso ngaawo tube nti tuyambagana kuba ekintu kino kiizulako abantu naiko taizulako abantu bangi ino nga bamu bawula ne gibasundira tubantu bakyere wanaano okusaayo yona era kyoba tuli kubeebalya nti mutwongere timwatulekereryawo tusaba uyambi mutwongereko ekindi ekindi oba bibiri bisatu tube nti tugaziwa kumu kuba naiko ntate antuli no mwaizo ne gituli kukozesa.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Always remember that the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, the Prophet Messiah al-Islam, directed the members of the Jamaat on countless occasions towards serving others and towards fulfilling the needs and rights of mankind. On one occasion, the Prophet Messiah al-Islam said, Allah the Almighty repeatedly commands that irrespective of religion or ethnicity, you should show love and compassion to all people. It says, Allah commands us to feed the hungry, free those shackled in bondage, pay off the arrears of those mired in debt, shoulder the burdens of others, and fulfill the rights of sincere love owed to mankind.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Today, the world is facing the worst global crisis since World War II. More than 820 million people are suffering extreme hunger every day, and the UN fears that a further 400 million could be dragged into poverty. The pandemic has proved devastating for daily wage workers, who could no longer earn and whose families have been plunged into poverty, not just in low-income regions such as Africa, South America and Asia, but even in North America and Europe. Humanity First has supported almost 700,000 people looking out for the most vulnerable. In developed economies, our food banks are busier than ever, providing families with dietary necessities as well as the provision of hot meals and food supplies, while our teams provide for the homeless, care homes and refugees. In much of South Asia, Humanity First has provided daily wage workers and their families with food ration packs and clean drinking water. All across Africa, as the pandemic spreads, our teams have been reaching remote villages and providing a lifeline for families struggling to provide a simple meal for their children. With your help, Humanity First has now provided over 10 million meals. People like you are making a difference.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
$10 million meals distributed during the pandemic, which is a huge amount. And this is something that I'm sure it's not, there's probably more.
Yeah.
There's probably more people that need help. And that's why the need for contributing is so there. And that's why we urge all of our viewers, please, every penny counts. Tell a friend to tell a friend, as they say. Pick up your phones, open your hearts, open your wallets, and donate. You can donate. All of the details of how you can donate are on the screen. You can go online at hfuk.org/donate, or you can call us on 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561 0107.
Now, earlier we spoke to ANIRA, which is an organization that provides water desalination equipment in Gaza. Also one of the very, very important tasks that needs to be done, because not every source of water that we do find is clean. Earlier on one of the documentaries, in one of the talks, we spoke to someone who said that we have humans and animals drinking from the same source of water. Now imagine that. So we're going to take a look at this organization. We spoke to them, ANIRA. Let's see what they have to say.
ANIRA is absolutely thrilled with this new partnership with Humanity First UK. It couldn't have come at a more critical moment. Very grateful for the outreach of Dr. Hafiz and the whole team. We're working on a desalination unit that turns brackish, unsafe water into clean, pure drinking water. As many people know, over 90% of the water in Gaza is unsafe for drinking. ANIRA does a lot of work on water networks, on water reservoirs, on lines to provide safe domestic use. But the desalination plants that we're doing with Humanity First actually provides pure drinking water. It can be used even in hospitals and for dialysis machines and clinics, and for community use. So it's a wonderful project. And we're also with Humanity First working on rooftop greenhouse gardens. And these allow families, extended families, large families, to produce fruits and vegetables enough for their whole family, and sometimes even to be able to sell some back into the market. Yeah, when we were just there a few days after the bombing stopped, we visited some of these projects, the desalination plants. Great appreciation from the institutions, from the communities, and the greenhouse rooftop gardens. We visited one family. They got dressed up for our arrival, 3 beautiful young girls, and very proud of the garden. And when I visit ANIRA projects, I'm not taken around by ANIRA staff. I'm taken around by the real owners of the projects, in this case a family, showing off very proudly their rooftop garden. And I have to say the produce was spectacular. The size and the beauty and the color, and they were very proud. And they've learned how to do it. We've innovated some techniques so that it's done with very little water. There's a 90 to 90% reduction in the water use and need. And they're producing fantastic produce. So these are very impactful projects working on the ground directly with families. Well, it's difficult environment to work in. There are electricity shortages, there are water shortages. Bombing obviously is both physically damaging and incredibly traumatic. One of ANIRA staff people lost his apartment and all of his belongings from a bomb that wasn't directed at his apartment but went through his apartment. So we're paying close attention to mental health issues and doing everything we can. But there needs to be more aid, both on a government level and from individuals and families and institutions. So we're greatly appreciative of the assistance from Humanity First and all of its supporters. Shukran Aktir, thank you so much for all of your support. We look forward to working together. We're going to do some wonderful, impactful things together, and we can keep doing more. So thank you, and let's keep working together.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
5 seconds. 5 seconds apparently, so not 20. 3, 2, 1.
So that was Sean Carroll, President and CEO of ANIRA, American Near East Refugee Aid, that Humanity First has now partnered up with to help the people in Gaza to desalinate the water, their brackish water, that is then going to be turned into clean, pure drinking water.
And we have an update for all of our viewers with regards to the figure that we have raised up until now. So we have just been informed that we have raised £58,000, which, alhamdulillah, is a great figure. But it's nowhere near enough. We need more. In fact, we want to try and set a target that at least a minimum we want to try to raise £100,000, and I think that's something we can very easily do if everyone just opens their hearts, picks up the phone, and informs your friends and families to also do the same. As we said, the number is on the screen. You can see it. All the details that you need to donate are on the screen. You can go online and donate on hfuk.org/donate, or you can call us at 0300 561 0107.
We still have an hour and a half, so as Usman said, make sure you send out that message across the world. If anybody is not watching the telethon, if you haven't tuned in, then do make sure that that friend of yours, that relative of yours, that someone that you actually just know does tune in. And with that, we are now moving back to Uganda.
Yep.
And let's see what the brothers in the Uganda studio have in store for us. Assalamu alaikum to you.
Thank you very much, our team from London studio. We are glad to be part of this Global Telethon 2021. I'm Ismail Nkutu. I'm joined by Mr. Asman Mugabe, who is the Director Operations, Humanity First Uganda. And we are going to be discussing issues concerning Water for Life program in Uganda. Mr. Asman, you're welcome to this presentation.
Thank you so much, Brother Ismail.
It's a pleasure having you here.
Welcome.
You see, there are many people who lack access to safe drinking water.
Yes.
Could you tell us what is the need for Water for Life program in the country?
Thank you so much, Bwana Ismail. The water crisis in Uganda is quite a huge one. It ranges from the availability to sustainability, quality of water in the different parts of the country. You'll find some places completely have no access to water, whatever the quality is, while other places have some water, but inadequate. Some others have water, but very poor quality. So these are the cases that we handle in different parts of the country. You'll find only about 30% of the Ugandan population has access to safe, clean drinking water. So the rest of the population, over 70%, have no access to this water. Those who have access maybe can only access water which is contaminated, water which is salty, or of any other case which is not actually suitable for human consumption. And now this is the situation. You'll find in some places the scarcity is in such a way that you'll find one borehole serving a population of over 1,000 or 3,000 people. Some others, you'll find people are getting it from some kind of rock. You find a rock with some, I can call it a crevice, or a small hole just down there, where people get the water with a small cup, drawing the water into their jerrycan. It will take about 30 minutes for someone to fill a jerrycan, a 20-liter jerrycan. This is the situation. Some others will move long distances, about 10 kilometers, looking for water. The case of women who are doing a number of activities, domestic work, they have to dig, they have to take animals to graze, they have to prepare food for the children, they have to do all other domestic activities. But because all these activities are dependent on water, nothing can move without water. So you'll find them, they get excessively tired, they have, actually that is even a big risk to their life expectancy. You find each day a mother in a family sleeps late when is totally exhausted, this, in the long run, impacts on his life expectancy. And that's why you'll find many of them die at an early age, not because of disease, but because of this excessive exploitation, one of which is caused by that scarcity of water.
Oh.
In other places, you'll find that water itself, which is for those who claim to be having, actually they may celebrate having a chance to have access to water, but this water is contaminated. They share it with the wild animals. They swim there, they bathe there, they dump every refuse into that water, and they have to use the same water to drink. They can't purify it because sometimes even the purifiers are not available. So this is the type of life that most Ugandans are going through. Those who stay in urban places and have some income spend over 22% of their income on buying water to the vendors, these who distribute water in towns. This is what happens, and that explains the need of water. I mean, for Water for Life program.
Now, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Actually, as you put it very clear, now I can get the image that access to safe drinking water is a human right. It's not a luxury.
It's not.
As you put it very clear.
Yes.
But now, despite all those problems which are there, you see water is an essential commodity used for human consumption and even being used for any other activity in our life. And without it, actually, there is completely no life.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to explain to us, how has Humanity First Uganda responded towards this to end the water poverty program in the country?
Humanity First, through its projects of Water for Life, has done quite a number of activities, or there are quite a number of projects under this program. We have worked on boreholes, refurbishments, and over 300 boreholes have been refurbished all over the country, especially the eastern part of the country, because that's where we started from. But we have distributed these activities all over. You can find a borehole that has stayed for over 20 years non-functional.
Without working?
Without working. So we go out, our engineers go out, establish the problem, and they fix it. If it requires replacement of a certain spare part, they do it, and it is fixed. So this is what it does. Then we also do drilling of new boreholes. These boreholes are about over 50 of them, 50 new pumps, wells have been dug in different parts of the country. And this has at least lessened the stress, which has been in most of these other places where we established the boreholes. In another form, we avail water through putting up what we call water harvesting systems. We put up tanks to harvest water in places like hospitals or health facilities, in places like schools, where we have buildings that can at least collect water. So we collect water, and this is readily available for use by the communities around those places. So that is an effort taken by Humanity First. In other places, we have natural sources, like the springs, where we already find animals, human beings sharing with the wild animals and even the domestic animals. They do what we call trampling within the water, and they release all the refuse in the water. So what we do when we get to such places, we protect these. We protect the springs, and now they are able to give safe and clean water to the communities. Yeah.
This is amazing, and it's actually it's a big job.
Yeah.
How do you manage this? Because it looks to be very big. Where do you get the funds?
We do this by contributing. There are quite a number of donors who put in their coins, put in dollars, put in shillings. Each one of us can make a contribution towards this. It doesn't matter how much you contribute. Whatever little you can is sufficient for our projects. You can do whatever you can. And this is not about how rich the country is. Each one of us, each one's contribution counts. So anyone can make a contribution to sustain these projects.
Because of time, we cannot continue discussing anything beyond that. But actually, it is really good work which we are doing in the country. I can sense everything, every happiness which comes on the faces of those people who have really gotten the benefits of having access to safe drinking water. So viewers, you've heard it from him. He's the director of operations, and he has told us the need for water and what Humanity First has done to ensure that people in different villages can have access to safe drinking water. Different villages can now enjoy that happiness of having access to safe drinking water, and now they cannot suffer anymore. So you can keep on donating to save the lives of these people who have been taking unsafe, unclean water, so that they can get back to their normal life just like any other person, and their human right of access to safe drinking water is restored. So thank you very much. We are now back to our London studio. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our brothers and team in Ghana. They are doing an amazing job in presenting to the viewers how much of a need there is for basic things that are basic for us, but for them, they are luxury. So please do donate. Every penny counts, as we mentioned. The number and details of how you can donate are on the screen as we speak. You can call us on 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561 0107, or you can donate online at hfuk.org/donate.
Now, we spoke earlier on about the hospital that Humanity First is planning to build in Ivory Coast. We're going to show you an interview now with Majid Khan Sahib, who is the CEO of Humanity First Healthcare, who shared actually some very, very interesting and very faith-inspiring insights into this important project. Earlier on, you can go back in the live stream as well if you want to know more about the projects, the layout. He was talking about it and why does it have to be such a big hospital. But we spoke to him earlier on as well, and this is what Majid Khan Sahib had to say.
Ivory Coast is a country of 25 million people. Located on the western coast of Africa, it forms part of 17 other countries called West Africa. 20 years ago, with 2 civil wars, the country was set back, but soon after the wars were over, the last 8-9 years, the country has bounced back economically. But unfortunately, the health sector has not caught up with that. So much so that the country, the care index for Ivory Coast is at 187th out of 195 listed by World Health Organization. The amenable mortality rate of the country is one of the highest in the region. And when preventable mortality rate rises that much, it is a marker that healthcare industry in that region needs investment and help from other donors. That is the reason why Humanity First chose Ivory Coast over other countries of the region. The planned project for Ivory Coast is a single level 33,000 square feet of a building which is going to house a 30-bed facility. It will start with 4 basic specialties: general surgery, internal medicine, pediatrics, and maternity. We are also planning to include dental services and ophthalmology outpatient. As and when needed, we will include visiting faculty of cardiology, urology, and gastroenterology. The hospital will also have a diagnostic center, which will include a full-scale lab, digital X-ray, and an ultrasound. Moreover, we are also planning services which would include pharmacy, food and beverages, and housekeeping. This is not only environmental. The sustainability has 2 other pillars. The second is social equity, and more important for us is the economical sustainability. When all 3 pillars combined, we call it sustainable development. Humanity First is a responsible organization. Any healthcare facility or otherwise we plan, we keep this sustainable development in mind. How does that translate into a hospital project? The environmental side is defined by the architecture planning. What we try to do is that the design which has minimum carbon footprint, we make use of natural light, the greens, the smells, lavenders, jasmine, all this help into the environmental sustainability of the project. The next is social equity. We empower local communities, we create employment, we train them and let them take over the project. Lastly, the project has to be economically sustainable. And for organizations like Humanity First, it is very important that the hospital must have sustainable revenue so that it can, otherwise the mother organization will keep on putting the funds with no bottom, and the funds will go into a bottomless pit. Therefore, sustainability, the economical sustainability is very important, and that is how we plan, and that is why it is so important to have a sustainable development and not something which you can keep on spending money towards. Many people ask this question: why is it necessary to have a bigger facilities rather than a smaller one? It will be less costly, so why not go for a facility which is, in their opinion, is more affordable? The answer is simple, and that is it has the potential of becoming sustainable facility. If you don't put the potential in the facility, it will never become sustainable. And if it doesn't become sustainable, then there is no multiplying the effort. And if you can't multiply, then you can't serve more underserved people globally. 2 weeks back, I received a call from the director of Nasser Hospital. And he said, Majid, we have a COVID patient. So I was just wondering, what's the big deal? We get COVID patients every day. But then he said that that person, that patient, has chartered a plane and he is coming from 300 miles away. That caught my attention. Obviously, that was the reason why he was calling. So when you have patients who can go anywhere in the world, who can choose any hospital, who can charter a plane to come to the hospital and they still choose your facility, that means that you are getting closer to your target. You get patients with choices to your facility, you make some money to spend it on the patients who would otherwise would not be able to get the health care, the treatment they are looking for, and may not survive.
That was Majid Khan Sahib speaking on a huge project, a project that's going to affect so many lives in the Ivory Coast. And as mentioned before as well, the target in terms of fundraising for this project is £3 million. So please do donate to this amazing cause. And it's like the hospital that recently opened in Guatemala, Nasser Hospital. It's made such a difference to people's lives, especially those people who may not be able to afford health care otherwise. And then there's one facility in which, you know, it's an affordable service which is for their health and for their benefit. So please do donate. All of the details of how to donate are on the screen. You can go online or you can donate by calling. If you go online, the website is hfuk.org/donate, or you can call us 0300 561 0107.
So during the break that me and Usman had, we went to the donation station, tested it for ourselves. So we did it with the phones. That worked. The next time we're going to go with our cards. And then one trip, I think, with the good old cash. Let's see.
And to buy the honey.
And to buy the honey as well.
Kaleem has some honey left off because I really want to buy some.
Let's see how that is looking now. Kaleem Sahib in the Tahir studio, in the Tahir hall. How is it looking over there?
Razak, assalamu alaikum to you. Yes, we're here in Tahir Hall. We're scrabbling around, rushing around, busy doing our bits and pieces. So thanks very much for looking after us and giving us a bit of a breakdown here. But we're still busy. And I've got Jamil Mwanga, who's Mwangi. Yes, you say it much better than I do. Now, Jamil is our country manager of Uganda and Kenya. Now, I don't know if you remember last year. We did a wonderful school bags project where you spent £20 and I was here. Remember last year I had pulling different bits and pieces out. I was showing you what was in these school bags. Alhamdulillah, we did really well. We raised £7,000 for these school bags. So as part of the of tradition, we should tell how successful that's been. And I think, we've got some pictures, but we don't know whether we can show them or not. But describe the scenario and what we've done, Jamil.
I think I just need to thank the sponsors. You did a brilliant job last year. And I think the £7,000 initially may look small to some people, but this is a lot of money when you talk of the children. Now, the bag project, I think, has been a very successful project in terms of Kenya, where we have tried to launch the project itself. Sometimes people don't understand the difficulty the children have gone. Some children have never touched a geometry set.
Like a ruler or a protractor, they don't know what it is.
They've never even seen it, and it's an opportunity HF has had to introduce this basic equipment, which they turn the world. The buildings like these ones, they come from those geometry sets, and this is exactly what HF does.
And I understand in Kenya, a team went and they tidied up the school, or they painted the school and then delivered the bags.
Yes, this is.
I've been told it's on the screen now. Yeah, look, there we go. There's some. We can see the pictures there and some video of the work that went on in Kenya. So that's lovely.
Yeah, that is exactly what happens. It changes the world. You have villages running to you.
And each of those bags have got individual numbers on?
Yes, they've got a number. Each child, the donors are going to have a chance to follow these bags where each bag has gone. You have a chance to see the child and what they've done, they're doing with it. It creates some bit of relationship, knowing that your money, your £20, where they have gone.
Look, that looks. Oh, there we are. I thought that was a live picture. Your blue shirt looked very white on the screen there. So that's great. So I mean, as it was here, we're back on screen now.
It's a brilliant. When you look at what happens on the ground, you see it for yourself. And you see the impact it does on this child, holding that geometry set, trying out just to draw a straight line. They use sticks and pencils to draw the lines for the first time. They are getting into the mathematics world, and this is geometry. It's part of our life, and this is what HF is doing on the ground. And I think the donations, they are doing a brilliant job.
And we can say that, we'd just like to thank our friends at Jetpack Marketing who are sponsoring this segment. They're a digital marketing agency based in Leicester, helping brands make meaningful connections with their customers. They're looking to, if you've got a brand, you want to help out. So maybe they can, it's £20. It's quite a small amount of money, and we're still looking for more donation for these school bags?
Yes, actually, because now when you go and donate to, let's say, 400 children, and this is the initial project, the whole world is watching. They're all desperate to hold that ruler, the sets and the geometry set. They've never touched it, and it creates an impact in the community.
So other children say, well, where's my bag? I want to be number 106 or...
Yes, and this encourages even children to go to school. Once he has got that bag on, they walk proudly to school because they know they can't, even the books. Some children don't even have books where to write, and these bags are coming with geometry sets, they are coming with books, they are coming with a bottle of water. They have no water to drink at school. Sometimes that bottle they left with at home is the lunch. And this is where HF is coming in to provide clean water. So the bag is not just a mere bag. It has got a bottle of clean water.
You have an important job to do then. So as country manager, so I mean, how many people do we have volunteering for us in Uganda and Kenya?
Actually, I think the manpower is growing day by day, and we are looking at thousands of people willing to serve HF. And this is the beauty with the system we have, where we have volunteers who are endless in terms of service, and that is the beauty with the African continent where HF is involved. Manpower, there is no shortage of manpower. The manpower is there, so it's just a question of how do we link up with the donors, how do we make sure that your donation goes to the deepest of the world where it's needed most. And this is exactly what HF is.
And it's great, isn't it, to start with children. So some of these children will be sort of, from the video there we saw the 6, 7, 8, 9, they're primary school children. I mean, hopefully they'll carry that message through them for years and years and become the doctors and professors going forward.
Yes. Now when you look at the Knowledge for Life project, this is a link between different programs. You have Knowledge for Life and you have the bags which are coming in to support the Knowledge for Life program. And when you link up all these, you find children who have not even been to school. You look at the beautification part of it, where the schools are being painted, and this is one other...
It makes it more attractive, so they want to go to school. I mean, it's funny, in the UK, it's compulsory, but in Kenya, is it not compulsory, or is it fees, or what is the schooling situation for a lot of people?
Yes, actually, this is where the challenge comes in, where you find most governments in Africa don't have free education. Right. the parents have to pay, they have to buy the books, this is where the bags come in handy, right? A parent cannot afford school fees, but at the same time they need to buy the materials as well.
So it's not just the school fees, they've got to think about, their child, what material will they need to go, so it's another hurdle.
Yes, absolutely. So this is where HF has done a brilliant job. It doesn't stop on the bags. You go into the classroom looks dull, and then there is the beautification of the class to make the environment more attractive. And you've got these drawings about the body systems, you draw like a heart. So you've got children learning, but it's learning which is not directly from the teachers, but from HF. And this is HF teaching the children when they are in the playground.
It must be lovely as well for the teachers as well. They now say, right, children, get your books out, whereas in the past they'd be like, right, if you've got a book, get it. Do you know what I mean? It makes life easier for everyone along the range, from the child to the teacher. So the images we saw there were in Kenya, but there's also in Uganda as well?
Yes, I think Uganda team has also done a brilliant job. Most especially when you've been talking, I watched you before I came here talking about Water for Life. People have got no clue. Some of these children, before they go to school, they need to bring water first, and they have to go 3-4 miles to bring water. By the time they get to the classroom, they are already tired. So if you have a borehole which comes closer to, let's say, half a mile, you've contributed towards the education of the girl child.
So water fuels education because it gives time to the children who otherwise would be stuck walking 10 kilometres. Now they've got to walk 1 kilometre.
Yes. Now there's the other aspect of health as well, where children are not attending school because they are sick. Why? Because they are drinking dirty water. So this aspect of helping the child, the programs, you find them all helping each other.
Talking of helping each other, what about these donation stations? I mean, can you see one of these working in Uganda and Kenya? Do you think you'll be getting one of these in, what's the Ugandan currency?
It's shillings.
Shillings. So we do need to change to how many shillings will we do for £3?
By the way, I watched this when I was on the way coming down, and I was live on YouTube. I came here and tried it out. It is 3 seconds and the payment has already gone in. I think if we are to move towards this, I think Africa has moved quite a lot in terms of money transfer, where they use telephone companies and all that. So if we make it, there's so many people in Africa willing to donate towards HF and all. This is some of the other aspects we are working on, where we can get donors from around the world.
It's quite interesting you were saying, because in Britain we're quite used to sort of banks and high street banks, but you were telling me that it's dominated by the mobile phone in Africa.
Yes, so you've got these donors coming in, even in Uganda itself and Kenya. You've got people coming to you, they see the wonderful work HF is doing, and you've got people coming to you, they want to donate. And this is brilliant. Once they see you are doing a brilliant job, they see these bags, they see Water for Life. We've had programs in Uganda where people are calling in. It's like tomorrow they have a program on the national television. People call in and they say, we want to donate. We've not asked them, and they're willing to donate.
Is it one of the things because it's Ugandans doing it for themselves, or is it because we're not an English charity, we're a global charity, and is there some ownership there that's better in our model?
Yes, I think HF is a global family. Right now, this is going on around the whole world, and I think this is the beauty with the serving with HF. You are not a UK family, you are an international family. We've got hospitals around the world. I've just watched Ghana, watched India, watched Brazil. So this is a family, and I think it's a brilliant family which is working to help each other. And it's in all aspects, in terms of donors, in terms of serving, and in terms of mobilizing manpower. And I've been to Africa with boys from UK, doctors, engineers, and they instead of going to the beaches during their holidays, they are going to serve HF in Africa. That is the family we are talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's what we'd so if you are happy to pay money to donate, but also donating time. And I think once we move away from that COVID, we heard Dr. Hamad talking about Gambia medical trip maybe later this year, God willing, There's that lovely sound again of someone ringing in, so thank you. There's a donation sound going in. Delighted to hear the phone going in, so please ring in with your questions and also your donations. But hopefully you'll be going, Uganda and Kenya will come out of COVID, but still vaccination's an issue over there?
Yes, vaccinations are going on, but this is an international issue, and the issue is on a national level when you go to Africa, but still the vaccinations are going on. And I think you've already watched, HF is doing a brilliant job in terms of helping the governments. We've had the government, the president of Uganda, thanking HF for the time they've been serving for 1.5 years. HF is working hand in hand with the government and the hospitals and even in the local villages, sanitizers, masks.
Lovely, isn't it? Justin Trudeau is thanking us in Canada. You got what's your president in Uganda?
It's Mr. Yoweri Museveni. So.
I would struggle to say that very well, but
Yes.
but I mean, it's fabulous. It's good that we've got demonstrations. Whereas I think that if Oxfam or Salvation Army or those people, they seem like an old UK institution going to help, whereas HF Uganda seems the ownership, but the country owns it.
Yes, I think this is another brilliant setup in terms of the HF structure. Now, I myself here, I'm just a relationship manager. I'm a bridge between Uganda and the UK. They have their own team, they have their own programming, they have their own planning. They plan according to the needs of the respective country. When you go to India, Japan, everywhere you go, they have different needs. So this is the beauty with the HF. We don't tell them what to do. They know the local needs, so they plan accordingly, and then it's where they do if they need some help, and this is where HF comes in. But I think when you look at UK right now, I think I was just talking to one of the colleagues. He works in the food bank in Midlands. It's a brilliant job. This is what UK needs at the moment in terms of people. Even Africa is the same thing.
Well, we're going to leave it there because obviously, and what I could say is for Ugandans, may the shillings be willing. You can have that slogan. You can have that slogan for free. So I think we're going to go to a video, but I'm just going to thank our friends at Jetpack Marketing for going to wake my machine up. So it's an outsourced marketing team, JetSource Marketing. It's a digital marketing agency based in Leicester, helping brands make meaningful connections with their customers. So we'd like to thank Jetpack Marketing for sponsoring this segment. And I think we're now going to watch a little video about a Ugandan orphanage. Thank you.
I'm Mubiru Harun, Chairman, Humanity First Uganda. As you see in my background, that is the orphanage being built by Uganda team, and it is funded by Humanity First Germany. This orphanage is located in the western part of our country, that is Uganda, in the Kabalole district in sub-country Kabende. According to the demography of our country, Uganda, around 12.3 of children are orphaned. This is because there are a number of reasons as to why the number is as such. This is due to health reasons. Many parents do die. It could be conflicts, it could be natural disaster, accidents, among others. So as a result, to find a number of children, one has lost his father or he lost both parents. So as such, they are left helpless, hence increasing the number of orphans we have in our country. Orphans in Uganda do face a number of problems. A child who has no parent, who has no guardian, is extremely vulnerable and underprivileged. As such, they're denied the right to acquire education. Not only the right to acquire education, but still they are faced with the challenges of being forced into child marriages. They get married at a very early age. Not only that, a child who has no parent, who has no guardian, they go to street and end up being street kids, they are street children, being exposed to criminalities. And the number of the crimes they get involved in to lead them to being put into juvenile detention centers. So this is a very common problem, and it's really a challenge which is faced by orphans in our country. So we hope by the establishment of this orphanage in this area, we pray that we shall be reducing the problem of orphans who are left helpless in our country. Yeah, this orphanage will be run by a team of volunteers. We have our team as Humanity First Uganda. I have a team I work with. We have the director of Orphan Care. He has his committee's team that will be running the day-to-day activities of the orphanage. I take this opportunity to thank His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Rasul Ahmad, the Khalifa of the Ahmadi Muslim community, may Allah be his helper, who graciously approved the establishment of this orphanage in this area. And also take this opportunity to thank Humanity First German, who are at the forefront of funding this project. So I call upon all possible and potential donors to come and help and fund this project, because it's still wanting. We believe we've done 30 or 40% of the work. More is still needed. So I humbly request our donors, anyone with the potential and with the ability to donate, such that we finish this noble cause.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Always remember that the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, the Prophet Messiah Islam, directed the members of the Jamaat on countless occasions towards serving others and towards fulfilling the needs and rights of mankind. On one occasion, the Prophet Messiah Islam said, Allah the Almighty repeatedly commands that irrespective of religion or ethnicity, you should show love and compassion to all people. He says, Allah commands us to feed the hungry, free those shackled in bondage, pay off the arrears of those mired in debt, shoulder the burdens of others, and fulfill the rights of sincere love owed to mankind.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
As Kaleem just mentioned, may the shillings be willings. Yeah, I don't know where he comes up with these things, but I'm sure I was going to actually ask him what the pound equivalent is. But I'm sure he'll come up with something. But every penny counts. Every penny that you are donating is making a huge difference to those who are in need. So please continue to do so. All of the information you need to donate is on your screens. You can do it online. I've actually just gone online, and their website is so user-friendly. It's so easy to use and understand. If you go to hfuk.org/donate, and as I said, the website is so simple that anyone can do it. Or you can call us on 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561 0107.
And as you can see on the website, just to give you an idea of all of the different projects that Humanity First is running, you have the Palestine Fund, school bags, disaster relief, gift of sight, orphan care, hospital support, water for life. £5 could provide a week of food to someone in the UK. £10 can feed someone for a month in a war-torn country, and £25 could feed a family in the UK here at home for a week.
That school bag initiative is amazing, actually.
Yeah.
That each bag has a number, and you can just keep in touch almost, and keep up to date with the student and the child's life that you're changing, which is an amazing idea.
Exactly. So keep the donations coming. We are now going to our Ghana studios for one last time. Brother Ibrahim Asante Saib is with us over there, and they're going to talk about food security, I believe.
Welcome, viewers, to the Wahab Adam Studios here in Ghana. This is the HF 2021 Telethon, and with me today to talk about food security and what Humanity First is doing here in Ghana to resolve food security issues is no other person than Dr. Kamaldeen Ali, Naval Captain retired, and he is the Director of Disaster Relief, Logistics and Operations for Humanity First Ghana. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asante.
Food security. What are the issues prevailing from food security, i.e. people putting food on their table, bread and butter issues here in Ghana?
Thank you very much for hosting me and trying to find out what Humanity First is doing and the situation of food security in Ghana. Generally, when we talk about food security, we are talking about a number of things. We are talking about the availability of food. We are talking about the availability or the possibility of the individual to have access to the food. We are talking about the quality of the food. And we are also talking about certain class of people, how much they can have access to this food. In most developing countries, there is a gap between the demand and the need for food. And food is a need, a necessity, and its availability, and at times the ability of people to purchase or to be able to buy food. In the context of Ghana and in what Humanity First is doing, I think we have to go much closer to where Humanity First has been making interventions and then to analyze the issues of food within that context.
So what is Humanity First doing to remedy any of those challenges?
Here in most of the places that we are talking about, you are looking at communities that are very deprived. In many of these communities, they really depend absolutely on their own labor to be able to feed themselves. It means that invariably, 90% of their source of food is dependent on what they produce themselves. This is very significant. And it would then mean that at times there is insufficient food because, again, they will have to sell a bit of the produce they have. So this presents a major challenge in terms of the food gap in such communities. It then has implications for their health. It has implications for the ability of children to go to school. It has maternal implications and many things. Here, Humanity First in this context have been making a number of interventions. One of the critical interventions is to provide the means to the farmers to be able to farm and till their land. Here, equipment like a tractor is very key. And although there are some extension facilities from government, this will never get to the hinterlands and the places that are very difficult to reach. And when it comes to commercial tractors also, they don't find it as an incentive to go as far as those areas. Indeed, most of the roads may even be cut off and they are not motorable or accessible.
So these tractors cannot get access to the place?
They cannot get there. And when they get there, again, the ability of the people to pay for the tractor to be able to, because these are commercial activities that are being offered, the ability of the people to pay for their land to be plowed is also a big challenge.
So are you saying Humanity First give tractors for free?
Yeah, Humanity First haven't given tractors in terms of numbers for free, but one of the most recent interventions that Humanity First has introduced is to get a tractor or tractors to go into such places and plow the land for the people. And by so doing, the people have access to a tractor, they have a till land, and they can then be able to produce in order to be able to feed themselves in the course of the year.
Is it at a fee or for free?
It is generally at a token for most people, and then for other people for free. Again, Humanity First have been providing extension services. Take very qualified people that are knowledgeable in the production of food crops. Some of them volunteers to Humanity First. Some of them, Humanity First will retain their services. And then such people are taken to such communities to give people education on how to make sure that their labor doesn't go to waste. Because it is very traumatizing that a farmer will use a whole period of 4 months to till the land and get 1/4 of what they could get, or 1/5 of what they could get. So here is another important intervention that Humanity First has been doing. One of the areas that Humanity First have also intervened in this regard is to provide some inputs in the form of seed, but also to give farmers equipment that they can use to spray their farms of pesticides. If you know, and you do know, of course, Ghana very well, one of the greatest challenges we have is the armyworm. And this can destroy a farm in less than 1 week or 2 weeks. So here, Humanity First is giving such equipment that are used, portable ones and easy to use, and they use them in spraying and making sure that they are able to maintain their products.
Well, if you just joined us, we are coming to you live from the Wahab Adams Studios here in Ghana, and it is the Humanity First 2021 Telethon. Please send in your donations to the number on the screen, the mobile money number on the screen if you are in Ghana, and also to the merchant number on the screen. We are discussing about food security issues and how Humanity First is tackling them in Ghana. And with me has been and is still Dr. Kamaldeen Ali, Naval Captain retired, who is the Director of Disaster Relief, Logistics and Operations, Humanity First Ghana. Back to what you were discussing, how is Humanity First helping to solve the food security issues in Ghana?
Yes, and it is again very important to emphasize the context in which we are talking of. You are talking especially in most of the rural areas, and again talking about the northern part of this country, where a head of a family is having to look over not 2-3 people, as you find typical in the cities. It's looking at 20 people, mouths that are supposed to be fed. So when there is such an intervention by Humanity First, just to one farmer or to one farmer, the family, you are talking about an intervention that is looking at solving the food security needs of 20, 30 people. And then you then look at the ramifications. So in this regard, this is a very, very important intervention that Humanity First is making. And we expect that in the coming year that we need to expand beyond this. There is great need of the intervention that Humanity First is making, and we must do everything to sustain it because in this world of abundance of food, many people or people in some parts of this world and in Ghana are still without food, and we need to find ways and means. This is not sophisticated food. This is to put maize on their table. This is to put millet on the table. This is to put beans on the table.
Just wrapping it up for the next 1 minute. What happens if this intervention or these interventions does not happen from Humanity First or any other quarters?
Or it's die. It's indeed die. And we pray that whatever the situation is now, that we try to elevate it and make it better. Because you are talking about people that will suffer the pangs of hunger. You know, you're talking about women and children that may have to resort to the bush to gather something that is available for them to eat. You are talking about children that may never have education because they don't have food to eat or sufficient food to eat. You are talking about women that will definitely have problem with healthy children that they are either bringing forth to or that they are giving birth to because of insufficient food. So it is a multi-dimensional issue. And here, as I said again, we are not talking about putting any sophisticated food on the table of people. The basic need is what we are talking about, making sure that they have something that they can survive and live on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kamaldeen Ali, Naval Captain retired. who is the Director of Disaster Relief, Logistics and Operations, Humanity First, Ghana. As you've heard it from him, we are talking about survival issues to help solve food security issues. I remain Ibrahim K. Asante, coming to you from the Wahab Adam Studios here in Ghana. And it has been, and it is still, Humanity First 2021 Telethon. I will say a big thank you to you, sir, for coming, and also for the insight that you have given us about Humanity First and its activities in helping to solve food security issues. Let's go back to the studios in London to continue with today's program.
Looking well, thank you very much for that good interview there, and lovely to hear sort of the truth of our people out in Africa, giving us updates there on what's been happening. Now we're back in Tahir Hall, busy again. We're coming into the last 45 minutes, so we need all that passion, all that donating. So hopefully you can see the telephone number here running along the screen. So if you haven't donated, A, why not, and B, please do. We've got the website. And so if you want to set a direct debit, that'd be fabulous. And if you're a 40% taxpayer, you get money back. It's amazing. So you definitely recommend you get on the website and do a direct debit. But if you just want to do a one-off donation, that's also fine. So please ring in, keep those guys behind us busy. They're working until 5 o'clock or probably 5:30 here to get things working. Okay, so this segment sponsored by EcoWell, who are working towards a sustainable tomorrow. EcoWell promotes social values as a responsible nationwide construction and engineering service company. And talking of engineering, we're going to come into Zach, who looks after our service delivery. And Zach, you've been working with all of our HF UK countries. Let's talk a little bit about those water wells that people pay the money. EcoWell did a water well. What can they expect from you and your team?
Well, thanks for having me first. So I think the water wells, which falls under our Water for Life project, is one of a key project and has a massive impact in these countries. Specifically, one of our focus is to have sustainable products out there. So fits very well with our sponsor there. I think for us the impact of water, of just having water or not having water, is massive. And a lot of these countries, there are very remote areas, and there just isn't the access to water, whether water or even clean water. So this is crucial just for them. So we've been working with all of our countries that we're supporting. Thank you to all the donors for that, because the impact it's having there is massive. So we've specifically, I think this year we've branched out to another couple of countries where there's a great need, and we haven't historically had many water wells. So I think Guinea-Conakry is one of those countries. Is quite.
Is that because we're discovering, or they've reached out to us, or have we been driving that project, or
it's a partnership?
Yeah.
So the team that I kind of work with, we look after, is our Water for Life team is one, but also all of our relationship managers who work with the country. We're the kind of the link to the country.
So we were
from
talking to
HF UK.
Jamil earlier. He's the relationship manager of Uganda and Kenya. So there's an equivalent for all of those.
That's right, for Ghana, Gambia, Guinea-Conakry, Guinea-Bissau. So there are ears and eyes, here, and they have a good link with those countries. So any demand, any projects we have, we work very closely with the countries, see what we can achieve from here, and see what the requirement and need is there. So so I think this is a balanced kind of push-pull, right?
And these are all English-speaking countries, or is language ever an issue, or is it?
So there's French-speaking countries, some of the ones.
You parlez français un peu?
A petit peu, very little. So, but the good thing is we have resources in the countries and here who can help. In fact, just yesterday I was speaking with Guinea, and there the language is French. But our chairman is obviously conversant in both Urdu, English and French, and therefore we are able to talk to those who are in the country as well, and really get direct feedback to them and get their feedback as well. Yeah. So, but language is a barrier, but for us, by the grace of God, it's not so much.
And I think that obviously EcoWell, they'll end up with a well with their name on it, or maybe their some information. Is that important? And is that sometimes a bit of a challenge? You're waiting for someone to give you, what shall I write on this thing?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this is crucial from a couple of things. I think one, so what we do is we essentially do two types of water projects. There are the wells that are refurbished, or the new wells.
Yeah.
And there's advantages, disadvantages to both, but essentially we want to have, when we do these wells, something for the donor, a plaque up there.
Yeah.
And it is twofold, because one, it gives some direct feedback to the donor with some information about what the impact that well's had, and also for those in those countries, they realise that this money's been donated by someone, and they are remembered and in their.
Well, it's nice. I have to say, from my side, when I left one of my old companies, historically you'd have like a leaving drinks or a leaving, and I'd say, well, let's raise money. We did a leaving well.
Yeah.
So there's always wrinkles you can play, isn't it, in terms of a fundraising side of things. And also, I had my builder. We had a bit of a snagging list. We couldn't really, and we said, well, actually, look, I think you owe me money. I said, look, give the money to Humanity First, and there's a well now with his name on it. Yeah. So there's ways around it, where there's a problem, there's a solution.
That's right. But yeah, I think we're very keen on giving feedback to our donors as well. We appreciate, the hard work and the donations they give, and we want to give something back. And usually it's not the donors they want it, but it's something they can show to their family, their children, as a motivating factor for them as well. And it's a massive impact, so why not?
And I think it's one of the best gifts to give, isn't it? But obviously we've got so many competing projects. Like in Islam, you talk about the orphan. Okay, well, I really want to help with the. So water's important. Okay, I really want to do that. And eyesight, I really want to. We're blessed really with a lot of knowledge. If you can educate a person, it's also so it's kind of difficult, isn't it? How do you solve if a country's asking for 3 or 4 projects?
Yeah.
Do you have to balance them up?
I think the principle we're trying to instill is one of sustainability, right?
Yeah.
We want the countries to be self-sustaining. That's ultimately where we want to end up, and they're not. So I think with all of these, that's a driving factor between which projects we want to choose.
And have you seen I know one of the criticisms of some of the bigger agencies is that they go in, World Bank put some boreholes in, they work for a couple of years, and then the clever machine dies, and they're left with a broken well. I mean, are we mopping up some of those white elephants?
Absolutely. I think this is where the refurbished wells come in, basically. And because we have a good ground network in the countries, we're able to actually go to those areas where maybe they have had, we just had an example where the water well, I think 20 years ago hasn't been working, or 18
Really?
years, and we've gone into that country and refurbished that well. And if you see the impact and the joy in the people's faces, that they're just telling us, thank you, Humanity First. 18 years, 20 years, this well has been here, we haven't had water, and now you've come and
But is it a case of that engineers from that country have now been taught and actually say, maybe now we know, maybe we can use that same. Is that something you end up with? We saw earlier talking to Dr. Hamad about educating. Are we able to do with that the water well engineers?
Yeah, so I think this is really the model that we're trying to follow, is so often we don't go out to the countries. It's done by the locals. So in some countries, they contract it out to local contractors. In some, we're building in-house expertise.
Right.
But
is it Ugandans might go to another country, or is it within countries?
At the moment, it's within countries. In fact, yesterday I was discussing with one of the countries about crossing the border and getting trained by another country that borders them. So this is something that we're working.
And I suppose COVID has meant that borders are closed, so it's not been easy.
That's right. And there's other issues in Africa, especially remote areas and travel. So you have all those things in mind. But there's definitely a push towards working, within the countries there, so they can work together, learn of each other, and there are advantages in certain countries versus other countries, which is something we want to leverage now and really take advantage
And what
of.
about sanitation and toilet blocks? Is that something we've ever discussed? It seems to be, I had a friend of mine asking, and I know that we've done it in certain countries, but it's more, we do focus really on the water coming out and less on the other side of things. Is it something we need to look at, do you think?
I think there is, and there has been a bit of work being done on this year. I think it's still at a more, let's say, not as mature phase as some of the other projects, but it's definitely something that's come to our attention, and there's a need out there, and it's about just getting things right first, understanding what real need is, and then we will develop that.
And a bit like the school bag project we talked about before with Jamala, we saw some lovely pictures. I don't know whether Rozak's upstairs and can apply some magic and show those pictures again, because it's a lovely thing that Kenyan Uganda, where we've shipped those school bags. I mean, I think that those school bag was a lovely project to do last year. We raised a lot of money, and it's something we can build on and expose to other countries, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this year how it changed from last year. This year, it's been in the country that they've sourced the material. So this is another aspect of sustainability, that instead of us shipping things from here, if they can source the material and have them done there. So the Kenya project you're talking about was they actually source locally all of this material.
Right.
And that way, obviously, it means a more sustainable
And we look at African countries having very good connections with China. There's a lot of two-way traffic there. It seems madness for China to UK, UK to... Is that the way supply lines are working?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with COVID, the supply lines are affected massively, and, you know, we are feeling the impact. So far, it's been okay for us, but we know it's coming in terms of price rises and stuff. So that's one area where we're looking at how we can kind of circumvent that and
at least there's
out.
lorry drivers in Africa. UK, we have problems with.
Yeah, but I think ultimately, you know, there's a good supply network into Africa, and we trying to utilize that as much as possible, because that's really the future in terms of how we're going to make this work.
And are you involved at a service of delivery? Then, you know, at the end of the day, there's an invoice coming from some engineering firm in Burkina Faso, for example. You know, so there's a whole load of, you know, so where does the engineering stop and the accounting begin? Is there you having to put different hats on?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, within Humanity First, you know, I'm primarily responsible for the operations side.
Right.
Finances will have a finance area. There's obviously a bit of overlap, but it wouldn't be my prime responsibility.
Yeah.
We'd make sure that the projects are delivered, you know, with good value.
Right?
That's our focus.
Yeah.
And then obviously the controls around the finances.
Because obviously we talk about Humanity First as we're all volunteers, and then when we outsource it, it's a bit like the honey, really. There was a little bit of outsourcing. Hayden Salah is our friend in Worcester Park. Quick, you know, talking about the honey again. Crowbar, available on the HF website, hfuk.org/honey, available. And if you're coming to Ansar Ijtimar next weekend, hopefully we'll have a stash of these on tap. But for example, you know, in terms of sort of funding and stuff like that, we're outsourcing some of these things, and I think that's sometimes a right thing to do. Partner with experts where you don't have the expertise.
That's right. And sometimes it's a stopgap, and sometimes it's the right long-term solution. And you have to evaluate all these individually. So, absolutely. And even within the countries, we'll have different ways of working within that country depending on that situation. And this is where really the good communication with the countries becomes crucial, that we understand their needs and their requirements.
And something where, say, we've had a lot of experience in water wells. Have you found certain things work well and are transportable, and others have you got any examples where something's worked really well from country to country and something where it hasn't worked and you've actually...
Yeah, I think what I would say is it's more about the capacity and the expertise in those countries.
Right.
So really anything's possible if you can build that capacity.
Right.
Right? So it's about identifying the projects, the need of that country, and then do we have the capacity to deliver it well? Because we don't want to end up doing something that we can't deliver well.
Yeah.
So this is where I think, you know, the communication partnership with those countries comes in, and then building that capacity with, you know, expertise, whether we draft it in, as you say, from a third party, or build our own expertise. But absolutely, each country has its own.
And obviously we work in Africa. Obviously there's HFUK as sort of owning certain countries or helping them working, and obviously then you've got we talked about Germany, for example, they're building orphanages and stuff like that. The work that they've done in Benin, you know, how closely are we working? I speak as now of a Humanity First International Trustee hat on. It's lovely to be working with them. Is that something you see?
Yeah, so I think that there's been a couple of projects I can think of this year. So one of them, so Uganda is one of the HFUK countries, and Humanity First Germany are actually building an orphanage there. So that's a special project.
Right.
So that's one obviously area. Another one is on the Water for Life, where you know, when I thank the donors in Germany who've donated to HF Germany, because HF Germany, you know, we're also building some wells in our countries for those donors.
Yeah,
so this partnership, obviously, you know,
like
it
the
benefits.
It's now a joint project between us and Canada, right? You know, so that's the sort of thing where, you know, it starts off as a UK medical thing, and then, you know, unfortunately, some of these projects are quite expensive to run. You know, those hospitals. I mean, at least with your water wells, you know, you're not dealing with such massive projects, right? You know, is that easier or harder because you've got lots of small plates in the air?
Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, it's like the difference. You know, if you run a big organization where you're making one product, you've got to take your time, make sure it's done correctly, versus lots of individuals. You have a bit of iteration time to improve things.
Yeah.
But then you've got so many individual things to think about and so many factors in this country, in that location. Oh, is the soil quite right there versus there? What's the rainy season, you know?
Yeah, really.
So then you have to think about other factors as well.
So if you've got a drill that's, you know, like, oh, we're heading into rainy season, it's not going to be impossible to do this, that. So there's all that to think about. The weather. I mean, we can't plan a barbecue in the UK without... How can you plan... You know, so full respect on that side of things. Is it something that, you would go out over, or these days with modern technology, you're quite happy to sort of sit here and work remotely?
I think there's definitely value in going out, right? From a couple of perspectives, because the requirements and the situation there is so different to the UK. So really having that first kind of direct experience, and also the relationship building with all of the countries and understanding how we work. So I think these are crucial aspects, and it's something that everyone who's humanity first does travel out to the countries as well for that.
It's fascinating to sort of see that. I mean, you've been working in other projects, but that service delivery, such crucial. It's quite a big onerous task, really. But you have to be fastidious. Have you got any, for our younger audience, what are the keys to being service delivery, key operative? Attention to detail, or
I think it's partnerships and relationship building. This is how most things work. We're working in these countries. You want to have a strong team out there. It's really, the work is done by our Humanity First staff in those countries.
Yeah.
Right? And building that capacity there and working with them understanding, how, what projects they can deliver on, what we can give from here. So it's always about relationship building and working together, in a positive way, right? In the end, it's those countries that are really delivering those projects on the ground, doing the hard work. So kudos and thanks for them, really, for their hard work.
And do you think it's a case of who determines where wells should go? Is the country manager in Uganda or Kenya? They've got they've got 3 villages after. How is that determined?
So that obviously they have to go out and scope where the need is, because we do ask for things like how many people will be impacted, what's the advantage, how many beneficiaries.
Right.
Okay, locations you go to, the kind of things we'll be looking for is what's the nearest water source right now.
Okay.
Right? And then so these are the determining factors.
You've got a big spreadsheet with 1,000 people required. They've got to go 10 kilometres. Is it kilometres per? Exactly.
And then obviously then there are some softer things that you've got to think about as well, that maybe they've never had something in that area, right?
Right.
And maybe if they go there's going to be other secondary benefits, which often is the case with something like water, where children are going out getting water, women, they can now concentrate on other things like
go to school.
Exactly.
Yeah, right, okay.
So there's a lot of, there's some hard numbers you can get, like beneficiaries, and there's some softer things you have to consider. It always comes back to communication, working with the countries.
Really.
On the ground, they know the big requirement where exactly, so we have to work with them.
And that's the beauty of Humanity First, because we've got feet on the ground. I think it's, I think the equivalent, like your Oxfams, your Salvation Army, or those guys in their big headquarters with directors on 6-figure salaries. It's very difficult for them. I don't know how they manage to do it. Or do they just go for a dartboard and say, well, we're going to go there?
Obviously I can't talk to them, but for Humanity First, this is a massive advantage that we have on the ground, resources and dedicated resources. People who are really passionate about the work they do. That makes all the difference, and you can build the skills and the expertise through that.
Yeah.
If you have the right mentality, positive attitude, and dedication to serve humanity, that's really what we see with Humanity First and all our volunteers in the country.
That's brilliant. I tell you what, it's fabulous to hear that, and it's great that we've got someone, you've got that, talked about the school bag project, you got your ruler and your protractor out, working out the best thing, and I'm delighted to hear all that positive stuff, so that's fabulous. Well, so that segment was sponsored by our friends at EcoWell, who are going to have one of these wells. I don't know where it's going to be, but it could be Uganda, it could be Kenya, we don't know, but EcoWell, they're working for a sustainable tomorrow, and they're going to have a sustainable tomorrow in one of those countries with the EcoWell well. So EcoWell promotes social values as a responsible nationwide construction and engineering services company. Okay, now we're going to go for a video. I was told what it was and I've completely forgotten. So apologies, but it's going to be a cracking video. On you go.
Anira is absolutely thrilled with this new partnership with Humanity First UK. It couldn't have come at a more critical moment. Very grateful for the outreach of Dr. Hafiz and the whole team. We're working on a desalination unit that turns brackish, unsafe water into clean, pure drinking water. As many people know, over 90% of the water in Gaza is unsafe for drinking. Anira does a lot of work on water networks, on on water reservoirs, on lines, to provide safe domestic use. But the desalination plants that we're doing with Humanity First actually provides pure drinking water. It can be used even in hospitals and for dialysis machines and clinics, and for community use. So it's a wonderful project. And we're also with Humanity First working on rooftop greenhouse gardens. And these allow families, extended families, large families, to produce fruits and vegetables enough for their whole family, and sometimes even to be able to sell some back into the market. Yeah, when we were just there a few days after the bombing stopped, we visited some of these projects, the desalination plants. Great appreciation from the institutions, from the communities, and the greenhouse rooftop gardens. We visited one family. They got dressed up for our arrival, 3 beautiful young girls, and very proud of the garden. And when I visit ANERA projects, I'm not taken around by ANERA staff. I'm taken around by the real owners of the projects, in this case a family, showing off very proudly their rooftop garden. And I have to say the produce was spectacular. The size and the beauty and the color, and they were very proud. And they've learned how to do it. We've innovated some techniques so that it's done with very little water. There's a 90 to 90% reduction in the water use and need. And they're producing fantastic produce. So these are very impactful projects working on the ground directly with families. Well, it's difficult environment to work in. There are electricity shortages, there are water shortages. Bombing obviously is both physically damaging and incredibly traumatic. One of ANERA staff people lost his apartment and all of his belongings from a bomb that wasn't directed at his apartment but went through his apartment. So we're paying close attention to mental health issues and doing everything we can. But there needs to be more aid, both on a government level and from individuals and families and institutions. So we're greatly appreciative of the assistance from Humanity First and all of its supporters. Shukran Aktir, thank you so much for all of your support. We look forward to working together. We're going to do some wonderful, impactful things together, and we can keep doing more. So thank you, and let's keep working together.
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
तमाम बड़े बड़े मुल्कों में जमात अहमदिया को जायजा लेना चाहिए कि जिस तरह रेड क्रॉस वगैरह इंटरनेशनल सोसाइटीज हैं, उस तरह अगर मजहबी सोसाइटियां भी एक बैनुल अक़वामी हैसियत से पेशानी और जानी जाएं और उनका एक मकाम कायम हो सकता हो, तो जमात अहमदिया को अब वक्त आ गया है कि अपनी आज़ाद सोसाइटी बनानी चाहिए। तो जमात अहमदिया की मर्जी के ताबे खिदमत करे और तक़वा और इंसाफ के साथ खिदमत करे और मज़हब व मिल्लत और रंग व नस्ल के इम्तियाज के बगैर खिदमत करे, और इस खिदमत में गैरों को भी शरीफ लोगों, शरीफ नफ्स गैरों को भी साथ शामिल करें। तो जायजा लेना चाहिए। जहां तक मेरा तासुर है, ईसाई अंजुमनों को इस बात की इजाजत दी है और बाकायदा रजिस्टर्ड हैं यूनाइटेड नेशंस के साथ। अगर ये मेरा तासुर दुरुस्त है तो जमात अहमदिया को पूरे जोर से अब कोशिश करके बैनुल अक़वामी खिदमत खल्क़ का इदारा कायम करना चाहिए, और उस इदारे का दायरा कार तमाम बनी नौ इंसान तक आम होगा, और उसमें सिर्फ अहमदियों से चंदा नहीं लिया जाएगा बल्कि शरीफ नफ्स दुनिया के किसी भी इंसान से जो इस इदारे में शामिल होकर खिदमत करना चाहता हो, उसको भी खिदमत का मौका दिया जाएगा। अल्लाह ताला इसकी तौफीक अता फरमाए।
Humanity first, serving mankind. Humanity first, we live to serve.
Now you have just listened to the words of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Rabi Rahimahullah Ta'ala, which were the founding words upon which Humanity First was established, the vision behind what Hazur had, the idea behind it, and why Hazur wanted to establish a charity that not only considered their own to be worthy of their help, but also the general human population. We're very fortunate, very glad that Rafiq Hayat Sahib is with us here in the studio. He's a Humanity First trustee and also National Amir of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat here in the UK. Amir Sahib, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Jazakallah, first of all, for joining us today. We've just heard Hazur Rahimahullah Ta'ala talk about his vision behind Humanity First. If I can ask you, when he came up with this idea, with this blessed scheme, what were the feelings of the Jamaat here? Were we confident enough? Were we a bit nervous?
You know that the beauty of our Jamaat is that when Khalifatul Masih says something, we just accept and we just get on with it. Never any question, never any nervousness, because we know that it is Allah who is going to bless it. And therefore, when Hazur Aqdas mentioned this, I think the whole Jamaat was ready. And I think perhaps it was something that timing was perfect. We had just had the war in Bosnia, where of course our Khudam played a very crucial role in providing services. They went into Bosnia in the most dangerous circumstances to deliver aid. And I'm sure that you've heard some of the stories, how they were under attack, how they were stopped, and they went through all kinds of dangers, but to get the help to the poor stricken people of Bosnia. And that is where the foundation of Humanity First was laid. And that was done with the blessing of the Huzur Anwar. And I remember that during that time, we had organized that food and things would be collected, because some of the Bosnians were coming here, and our that hall used to be filled with boxes and everything. And when the Bosnians came here, we brought them into our families. We took care of them, and they came in hundreds and thousands. And the UK Jamaat was able to help a large number of the Bosnians who came here. And they became very much regular part of our daily life. And alhamdulillah, whatever the Jamaat could do, they did.
And actually my next question is going to be, you've already taken the conversation to that direction, but could you just share some of your experiences of the earlier missions? So you mentioned Bosnia, but some of the other earlier missions and how it affected, being in mind that everything you're doing was for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, there was a whole range of things happening. I remember Kyoto, in Japan, when we had that disaster there. Yes. I was also involved with MTA, and we had started organizing in the area warm food and clothing, and we used to get daily report from there, via the phone. And I remember in the studios, we were putting that out on our newsreels.
Was it Imam Sahib in the studio?
Imam Sahib, absolutely, Imam Sahib in the studio. And I was responsible for that, that whole thing. And that was, some of the early recollections. But then, of course, every time there was a natural disaster anywhere in the world, our members used to go from here. And also, the great thing is that because, by the grace of Allah, we are established in all the parts of the world, although this was the main focus, because Khalifatul Masih gave guidance from here, but very quickly the local communities became involved in it. So if there was a disaster, let's say in India, or in Pakistan, or in Katrina, or all the disasters that Haiti and all of these disasters, besides our teams going from here in large numbers and the resources, but local teams got involved very quickly. And that was a great thing, that by the grace of Allah, this is something that no other organizations could do. I know that we've got a lot of large humanitarian organizations, but they all have to rely on their paid staff. And here we were dealing with volunteers throughout the world who had dedication to the level that no other people can show. You know, they were prepared to give their time, their money, their everything to help other people. And therefore, you know, that energy and excitement was there with everyone right from word go, because they wanted to serve. And like I said, in Bosnia, you know, they didn't worry whether it was they're going into a war zone, bullets flying everywhere. They were determined to get in there.
Was it difficult? I mean, keeping in mind these circumstances you're saying they're so dangerous, and in some cases life-threatening. Was it difficult to get people to actually volunteer themselves?
Not at all. I was, you know, not at all. They were. You know, there's something about Ahmadi youth that the dedication and the will to help other people is so strong. We've just seen, you know, a shahadat of Sayyid Taleh Sahib. I mean, he was out there just to help those people of Africa. And that epitomizes, you know, he was the top of the top, but he epitomizes what our youth organizations represent. And he was the diamond of all the volunteers out there who are trying to help out. And you heard Hazur's khutbah Friday, and the love that Hazur expressed for him and his love for Khilafat, you know, it was so evident that the love that Hazur had for him, unbeknown to him as well, probably.
And it's with Humanity First. I mean, we were talking about this in the morning as well. It's the constant guidance of Huzur Anwari Radhiyallahu Ta'ala Anhu, and he pays very close attention to the different projects that Humanity First is undergoing. So at the end, Amisa, we would like to ask you as well. We're also coming to the end of today's broadcast. Why should people donate to Humanity First?
You see, the thing is that the whole purpose of our Jamaat is to help humanity and to create peace in this world. And if we are going to achieve those two purposes, then you know, those members who cannot offer themselves physically to go out and help those poor people throughout the world, then the least they can do is make financial contributions, so that, you know, through their financial contributions, and I know, especially I know the UK Jamaat and indeed all the other Jamaats, when Khalifatul Masih asks them to open their hearts, I can tell you hundreds of stories, literally how people have opened their hearts. And you know, we don't have millionaires or billionaires in our Jamaat, but the dedication, inshallah, yes, that will come, but the dedication and the commitment, and you know, we've seen projects here, in this very mosque, we've seen this project taking place, one of the most beautiful projects. And when, you know, Boris Johnson came here and he said, you know, which government gave you money to build this mosque? He said, it's no government, it's the poor people in the Jamaat who and there are lots of stories that I can tell you, time doesn't permit me. But the, you know, the dedication in which people are prepared to make financial sacrifices. So my request to all the members today is, please open your hearts. This is, you know, the work that Humanity First is doing. Also in this country now, we've opened 2 food banks in this country. There are poor people in this country who need our help as well. And that is the best form of tabligh that we can give. It's silent tabligh, but it's the most effective tabligh that you can do anywhere in the world. And, you know, win Allah's favor at the same time. And that is the purpose of our creation, and that's the purpose of our life. So I would say to all the members, please give generously, open your hearts. And Allah never owes anyone any money. He will return it many folds. And you know, last night I was with some people, and I was saying, when I came to this country, I had absolutely nothing. I was doing a Saturday job and used to do paper round in the morning. But you know, Allah has since then blessed, and you know, so it's only because if you give to Allah, Allah returns it many folds. And so that is my message to all your viewers today.
The details of how you can donate are on the screen. You can go online, as mentioned, or you can call in on the number that's on the screen, 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561-0107, or as I mentioned, you can go online, hfuk.org/donate. Amir Sahab, thank you so much for spending
You're most welcome, and I wish you the very best. May Allah bless your efforts and endeavors.
Next, I believe we will be going back to the Tyrol to see what Kaleem is up to.
Assalamu alaikum, thanks very much. Amir Saab's a trustee of Humanity First International, so he's a very important chap, especially with Humanity First. So thank you very much, Amir Saab. Okay, so we're wrapping up here. We're in Thai Hall. It's the last hurrah we've got. So don't forget, we've got the donation station here. You're going to start seeing these in your mosques as you go by. Slap your phone on, put your credit card, and you can plug in some money there if you want. If you're old school, you want to be a dinosaur, feel free. But someone's got to count it. So if you can, use a contactless, and it's COVID friendly. Okay, come over. We're at the last hurrah. We've got some of the phone calls still coming in. Salman, you've been with us all day. You've been one of the last chaps here, been the rock of the call centre. Salman, have you enjoyed today?
Yes, thoroughly. It's been really nice to see everyone at home donating and taking part in this wonderful cause. So we're very grateful as a Humanity First team to you for all the good work that you've been doing.
Calls from everywhere, young children, old people?
I think the youngest one I had was a very young girl, and her older brother was at the back while she was giving me the card details. So it was quite amusing.
I hope it was Mum's card. She fished out Mum's card.
Maybe, we don't know.
And we have a situation here where a lot of people maybe we used to have a lot of phone calls. We used to have 12, 14 people, but I think people are now familiar with the electronic side of things, would you say?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people are now making payments online, and the ones that have called actually have said that they were struggling, or they may have some issues with being able to make a payment online, hence why they're calling. So
even with the fantastic work that we spoke to Yahya Mufti earlier, our IT expert, they've changed the website around and done all things, but sometimes, you can't beat a human, can you?
It's nice to hear somebody's voice, isn't it? But we love to, please do get in touch again. We're still open, and if you haven't made a donation already, then please do donate. And I think you may have mentioned this already, but no matter how small it is, it all makes a difference, and it all goes to a good cause. And the way Humanity First works, it's like no other charity. We're very lean in terms of how we work, and very efficient in terms of how that money that you give goes to.
You're right. I would say if we put hands up anyone who gets paid to work for Humanity First. No hands going up. We just don't work like that. You can imagine like Salvation Army or one of these big organisations. They've got staff. What's your day job?
I'm a regional engineering manager.
Oh, really? Okay.
For a construction company.
Okay, so you should be building things, and here you are at railways.
Railways, yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. So
some of my colleagues might be seeing. So, hi.
Well, let's hope that it's been raining wherever they are. They've been sat watching you on YouTube, busy in the background. You've been a great backdrop for us, and got a best Yorkshire hat.
Oh yeah, I get a lot of stick for this hat, but yeah, apparently it's
got his thinking hat on. Salman, thank you very much for today. So basically, we're sort of wrapping up here. We've had the donation station, so don't forget you can use these as well. We've got lots of good programs. We talked about the school bags earlier. Great to hear those tales from Jamil about the people in Kenya. We saw videos as well. We've still got time. If you've got questions about Humanity First, or you really want to answer that question about, where does my money spent, or how do I get involved with a water well? We've got experts here. So please send your comments in, and we're happy to take all questions. Dr. Aziz is here. We've got all of the chairmans here. So any questions, any comments, we're always delighted. There's a phone. It must be a call for you, Dr. Aziz. That's someone's comments coming in. But the phone, please ring in with any questions or any feedback. We're always looking for donations. Amir Saab, it's here. Come on in. Should I? There you go. Amir Saab, thank you very much. I know you were just on live, but now you've got me. How about today? We've dragged you in. You've seen a few of these telethons?
I think you started with me a long time ago, probably 40 years ago. Shows, maybe not 40, but 30 years ago then.
Yeah. I'm only 52. We had Lord Ahmad as well. We've got those connections. Justin Trudeau talking to Humanity First Canada. I was speaking to Jamil earlier about HF Uganda, speaking to parliamentarians. It's important, isn't it?
It is very, very important. I think you must have heard my message to the Jamaat. I think, if we can't do anything physically, ideally we should be out there. The least we can do is to try and support financially, and I think I would request all of the members to open their hearts.
We'd like the fourth emergency service, like the AA and the RAC talk themselves as the fourth emergency service. I see us as we'd like the fourth auxiliary organisation. We have Ansar and Qadam and Lajna, but I'd like to think that we're doing our level best. Have you seen the new donation station, Amir Sal? Look, you could.
I've heard about it, mashallah, yes.
We got some. Oh, look, they've got a MasterCard ready. If you just tap your, look at that, and then processing payment. Thank you for your donation. So, if that was your card, you paid. If it's someone else's, they paid. So.
It's somebody else's, but I'll reimburse them. Inshallah.
No, that's very, so it's a great.
Received your donation and have received as well. Yes.
Yeah. There we go. So it's going to be a bit easier, and what it is, it saves people having to do a lot of counting. So we're going to see a few of these in the mosque, and you'd be happy with that.
Inshallah, yes, I have no problem whatsoever.
That's very good. Well, Amir Saab, you've always supported us through all of our endeavours. I think, what is the time? We're gone over 5 o'clock, so we're going to drag it back. And Amir Saab, thank you very much.
Most welcome. I wish you the very best, and I hope that we have a good collection today.
Inshallah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, chaps. Right. Well, I think it's 5 o'clock. Are we going to? Salman's still talking, but are we going to wrap up? I'm hearing nothing in my head. So we're going to go back to the studio. So say goodbye, everyone. Say goodbye. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Back to the studio.
You can tell. You can tell Kaleem's had a long day. He said, I can hear nothing in my head.
It's not a 9 to 5, Kaleem Saab. It's not a 9 to 5. This is a lifelong commitment.
We've had such an amazing day with some amazing insights into the projects that Humanity First are doing around the world. And unfortunately, we have come to the end of the broadcast. But do not worry, the telephone lines will remain open till 6 p.m. and you can continue to donate. The number is 0300 561 0107. That's 0300 561 0107. Or you can go online, hfuk.org/donate. This website, sincerely, I'm not just saying this, it's such a simple website. Often we hear say, I don't know how to use websites or phones. This is such a simple website. It's so easy to use. Anyone can do it. hfuk.org/donate. Or as Kaleem was plugging his honey, I think if you do /honey, then it takes you to that page. Yeah, if you do it takes you to that page and it says, please contact Kaleem Edwards. So I'm sure he'll look after you if you do so. Also, if you are new to the channel, please do subscribe and like this video and follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram so you can stay in touch with all of the updates with regards to all of the projects. I mean, these projects were real eye-opening, and like we said during the show, that unless you don't put yourself in their shoes, those people who are suffering, you won't really understand how every penny or each penny can make a difference to someone's life, whether it's an eye surgery so that you can give them sight, whether it's giving them water so that they actually can use it unlimited in amounts during the day, or if it's something as basic as giving someone education. Like for us, education is basic, but for people in some countries, it's not. It's a luxury.
And sometimes we even dread going to school, isn't
Absolutely.
it?
Can you imagine? Like I saw in the documentary, it said that before you go to school, you have to walk 3-4 miles just to get water, and then you go to school.
I actually remember, Usman, just on a side note here, when I was in Ghana, we were going up north to where Hazur Anwar Yadullah Ta'ala ibn Aziz was a head teacher. And on the way, we picked up a young student, and you wouldn't believe how far that school was. It wasn't just 3-4 miles. Wow. We're talking about, a couple of miles, like 20-30 miles, around 20-25 miles. And I asked afterwards, like, how was she going to go to school? So, but there's a bus that comes. Sometimes they just walk it. Wow. And because there's a weekend off or going on for the next week, but it's definitely a struggle. It's a long journey. But one other thing that I still remember very clearly from one of the speeches and addresses of Hazur Anwar Yadullah Ta'ala ibn Aziz, when he gave the example of in a village, when a new water pump is installed or when a water pump is refurbished, the first time water comes out of that pump, the happiness, the joy that you see on the faces of the people of that village is something which is priceless. You cannot put a price on that feeling, that moment, that emotion that you see on their faces.
And they never forget it.
And they never forget
someone gave a very beautiful example. I went to a Pan-African event, and just describing what Africans are like, the gentleman gave a very beautiful example. He said that if you ever do something bad to an African, the example that they give is that he'll write your name in sand. And he goes, the reason he'll do that is because if you write something in sand, when the wind blows or the rain comes, that name disappears, in the same way that he'll forget about it after a day or two. If you do something good for them, or you do a favor for them, they'll engrave your name on stone, meaning that come rain or shine, they'll never forget it. And that stuck with me. And every time we, regardless, even if it's 1 penny, if we donate to help them, it's such an amazing act from us, but it's such a life-changing thing for them. Now, as we said, we had such an amazing day, and we have actually prepared a short video just with some highlights of today.
Nebaza ekitongole Humanity First okutuwa ebibala bino ebirungi biti ebiddo tugasa emberi yetujja era n'abeebaza nti mwebala omulimo gwe mukoze kuba tuli kusuubira okufuna ekirungi emberi yetujja.
And by the grace of Allah, 2 days before Eid al-Fitr, on the 12th of May, we opened our doors for the Walsall Food Bank in an indoor shopping centre, right in the centre of town, where we've got a great footfall, large number of people going past. And since then, it has just grown.
This orphanage is located in the western part of our country, that is Uganda, in the Kabalole district, in sub-country Kabende. A child who has no parent, who has no guardian, they go to street and end up being street kids, they are street children, being exposed to criminalities.
So it is really a very great service that Humanity First does when it reaches out to these very most vulnerable ones in our communities who cannot even, because what happens that when it comes to the eye, very many people, it cannot only be me or you, very many people usually we don't give attention to our eye care. And you will find that a lot of these countries, especially in Uganda and the communities, that very few people really pay attention. We only wake up when maybe we've lost our sight. And when Humanity First comes up to avoid this.
You know, while Brother Ismail was speaking, I just kept thinking of the scenario. Imagine like a mother or a father who, due to their eyesight issues, has never been able to see their children. And like a procedure like this, our donations that everyone is donating for this cause can actually enable someone to actually see. And that makes such a difference. But again, these are things that we take for granted because we can't relate to them. But we have to put ourselves in their shoes. We have to kind of go out there and experience these things by actually spending time or hearing these people's stories.
The Ministry of Health communicated with us one day, letting us know that there was a dire need for items related to hemodialysis. Specifically, those are the kidney patients that need, to wash their kidneys on a daily basis. Some specific disposables were actually at zero stock. No items were found inside of the Ministry of Health, and they sent us an urgent email. We communicated immediately with Humanity First, and they immediately responded and provided us with the urgently needed fund, and we were able to actually procure the items and deliver them within 1 week or less to the Ministry of Health. Without these items, more than 100 patients would have actually suffered fatalities.
On behalf of the Humanity First team, we'd like to welcome you to the 2021 Humanity First Telethon.
Uganda is a developing nation. Unlike any other developing nation, we are grappling with such problems like the orphan crisis. So there is a great need, as you put it, in Uganda for orphan care. These children need to be cared for. They have sponsored us, and we are putting up an orphanage in the western part of Uganda, in a district called Kabalole.
There is already a plan going on?
Yeah, there is a plan, and the buildings have already been erected there. The project is ongoing. And very soon we are going to open that orphanage officially.
We would like to appreciate Humanity First Uganda, who have donated to us
a very big number of items, including 2,000 masks, surgical masks, 60 jerrycans of liquid soap, and 500 pieces of sanitizers.
Ivory Coast is a country of 25 million people. Located on the western coast of Africa, it forms part of 17 other countries called West Africa. 2 weeks back, I received a call from the director of Nasser Hospital. And he said, Majid, we have a COVID patient. So I was just wondering, what's the big deal? We get COVID patients every day. But then he said that that person, that patient has chartered a plane and he is coming from 300 miles away. That caught my attention. Obviously, that was the reason why he was calling. So when you have patients who can go anywhere in the world, who can choose any hospital, who can charter a plane to come to the hospital and they still choose your facility, that means that you are getting closer to your target.
All right, that was it from the 2021 Humanity First Telethon. Would like to say a big Jazakallah and a thank you to everyone who stayed with us, anyone who joined, and of course anyone who donated. As we said, even if it's £1, it makes a difference. So with that, the lines are going to stay open till 6 o'clock, so you can still call the phone number. You can still go to hfuk.org/donate. Throughout the year, you can set up a standing order, a monthly payment, and also take a deeper look at the different schemes that Humanity First is offering. From Usman Sahib and myself, Jazakallah for being with us. Keep remembering us in your prayers. Keep the Humanity First volunteers around the globe, not just in one specific country, but from around the globe, who are sacrificing their time, their money, their safety and security for the benefit and for the brothers and sisters around the world, irrespective of their religion, their caste, their creed, and all of this on the basis of what their beloved Imam said on the 28th of August in the 90s. It's been a long time. So Jazakallah for watching. Once again, from all of us, take care of yourself. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.